What is the link? I need the link.
The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Shout out motherfucking Universal Jones.
I'm gonna join this one.
Hello, what's the pin? Wait, I was trying to get in.
Imperious, you're too late.
Fucking bullshit.
You should have been quicker than that.
God
I mean,
damn it.
Did you try to get in? Can more people get in? I think 10 can only get in though.
It says you're in. What the fuck is Snowy Chicken? What the fuck is this name? I put in Porch Monkey and it gave me Snowy Chicken.
Imperious, that's you?
Yeah, call me Porch Monkey. Don't read that.
No.
Who the fuck knows this?
I love Pavo because you guys need to get to know me. This is my channel and my favorite color is green, guys. 7 of you guys got it correct. Let's go.
What the fuck is this? You said this is general knowledge, not queer simp shit. Only a woman would have this kind of... Oh my god.
Ruby Gang moves up to first place.
That's easy. Should be easy. I better fucking jump up somewhere.
A lot of people watch Friends.
Nobody fucking watches Friends but women. I'm going to take a power drill to my fucking temple from this. Oh, who the fuck knows this?
Most favorite TV show. Universal, I don't even know if you're playing, but if not,
because it's fucking cartoon.
Guys, my favorite TV show is Steven Universe, and nobody got that one correct. Wow,
yeah, who the fuck knows?
Steven Universe is your favorite?
Yes, it's my all-time favorite in the whole.
Disgusting question.
But I knew I would get you guys with putting Naruto in there because I do.
That's a disgusting question to put in there, though.
I love Steven Universe. I love Steven Universe.
Yeah. What is the link? I need the link.
The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Shout out motherfucking Universal Jones.
I'm gonna join this one.
Hello, what's the pin? Wait, I was trying to get in.
Imperious, you're too late.
Fucking bullshit.
You should have been quicker than that.
God, I mean, damn it.
Did you try to get in? Can more people get in? I think 10 can only get in though.
It says you're in. What the fuck is Snowy Chicken? What the fuck is this name? I put in Porch Monkey and it gave me Snowy Chicken.
Imperious, that's you?
Yeah, call me Porch Monkey. Don't read that.
No.
Who the fuck knows this?
I love Pavo because you guys need to get to know me. This is my channel and my favorite color is green, guys. 7 of you guys got it correct. Let's go.
What the fuck is this? You said this is general knowledge, not queer simp shit. Only a woman would have this kind of... Oh my god.
Ruby Gang moves up to first place.
That's easy. Should be easy. I better fucking jump up somewhere.
A lot of people watch Friends.
Nobody fucking watches Friends but women. I'm going to take a power drill to my fucking temple from this. Oh, who the fuck knows this?
Most favorite TV show. Universal, I don't even know if you're playing, but if not,
because it's fucking cartoon.
Guys, my favorite TV show is Steven Universe, and nobody got that one correct. Wow,
yeah, who the fuck knows?
Steven Universe is your favorite?
Yes, it's my all-time favorite in the whole.
Disgusting question.
But I knew I would get you guys with putting Naruto in there because I do.
That's a disgusting question to put in there, though.
I love Steven Universe. I love Steven Universe.
Hello, hello, hello. Am I coming in okay? Audio check, audio check. Anyone in the chat can respond. The link should be already sent out. Hello, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about video games and their correlation with men's mental health. We're doing this all good for Men's Mental Health Week, and I thought I wanted to, after Universal Jones, shout out to him. He ended up making a stream about men's mental health, so I felt like I wanted to do a stream about men's mental health too. And since on this channel we've been talking about nerd shit for the past past 2 streams, we're going to continue the trend on why I think video games both help and hinder mental health of a man or a woman, just mental health in general. But we're going to focus on men's mental health today. It's the dude's time. Shout out to all the ladies out there. Also, we have a special announcement that I wanted to make.
Tengo todo lo que quiero. No me sueltes, no. Soy tu maravilla. Así como yo, baby, ninguna.
That's right, boys and girls. The videos are up. Similar to Ortho and similar to Snowman, Your boy Garion has his own collection of bad bitches. That is right. We're going full griff mode this stream, baby. I've been putting it off for the past couple of weeks because I wanted to make my own collection. So, this time, and this time only, if you support bad bitches, if you love the thickums, hit the Cash App. Hit the Cash App. If you want to see the selection of elite level, thick bitty babies, thick bitty baddies, you got to hit the Cash App. All right. Today, we're going to get started with the stream. All right. Oh, hold on a minute. Let me pull this up right here. Number 1, Exhibit A. Hold on. Let me post the link one more time in case anybody wants to come up here. Oh. What up, Bumpkin?
What up, G? What up, G?
What up?
Support the Griff No State.
It is time to Griff. I've been putting it off for too long. I wanted my own collection. I wanted to make sure I want to make sure all my feathers were grown. It is finally time.
We need to do a Keepers of the Lore stream soon.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. That not gonna lie, that should be our next one.
It should be Saturday.
You want it to be Saturday?
I think that's the best route. Yeah, I have to work today and I have something to do Friday, but after I'm done with what I gotta do Friday, I'll start working on a schedule. But that's not what this stream's about.
Yes. Today we're going to be dealing with men's mental health, and we're going to be talking about how video games both help and hinder. And we're also going to be talking about how I believe tabletop games are the solution. So first we're going to go over. Yes, I believe in-person video games to where you and your friends as a group are all sitting. Hold on, let me just take this down right quick and put up my thesis. My thesis is simple. I believe that video games, and due to their hold the fuck on. My bender's a little fucked. Jason, shout out to you, Jay, for checking that out. My bender is fucked. Take that down. And
if you're not supporting the Griff No State, then you're a terrorist to the Griff No State.
All of you are starting to treason, and we're gonna have to do what the commies should have been dealt with. We're gonna have to get the helicopters ready. We're sorry. You can choose, but we will let you choose Atlantic Ocean or Pacific Ocean.
Oh, you just made me think of a really good fucking edit.
Atlantic Ocean or Pacific Ocean. To all the commies out there, and to all the commies, all the goofies, all the brokies out there, salute to you and your inability to. Shout out to Mr. Speak on It with the. I'm not going to say the amount unless he wants me to, but shout out to you, sir. Let us get. If you're still in the chat, speak. Type in what you want, and I will show you what I got. You want them white? You want them bright? You want them brown? Are you down? You want them yellow? Oh, it's $5. All right, yeah, it's $5. $5 Cash App. Appreciate it to you, sir. We're gonna give you the white woman booty for you. How about this? Shout out to you, sir.
She was thicker than a Snicker. What the fuck?
Hell yeah, bro. I only get premium quality. The only thing I don't like is the fact that I can't make the video a little bit bigger. Curse you, vertical streaming. Curse you.
That's fair. That's why you find similar videos and just have 3 videos going all at once. And then you put it's fine though.
How much do y'all think that BBL cost? How much do you think that BBL costs? I don't know, honestly. BBLs are it depends on where you get them from. In South America, they're pretty cheap. But if you try to get one native, I'm assuming that woman is American, they cost you at around $5,000 to $7,000 for a good one anyway.
That's crazy.
Yeah, BBLs are fucking crazy.
Yeah, no thank you. No thank you. I'm not paying. Jesus Christ. Imagine a bitch walking up to you and being like, I want to get a BBL. I need $6,000.
I need $6,000. I need $6,000. I need $6,000 to make my ass fat. I need $6,000.
Holy fuck. Tabletop games, huh? I don't know. I've never really. What counts as a tabletop game?
Any tabletop games can consist of any game mainly played on the table, such as, tabletop role-playing games. Board games also count. Card games also count. I don't know how you can't like card games, bro. You're a gambling addict. Poker is technically considered a tabletop game.
I'm not a gambling addict. What are you talking about?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. I haven't gambled in months.
Oh. Well, never mind then. Salute to you, sir. Salute to you.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm autistic. I go through these little like spurts of addiction.
Oh, that's funny.
it's my character type, man. I'll go through these little spurts of addiction. Like
my addiction meter ran out.
Yeah, my addiction meter ran out. I lost the dopamine hit from it. Basically,
okay.
It's like CS:GO. Like when I used to play CS:GO, I didn't play CS:GO because I was getting good at CS:GO. I was playing CS:GO to gamble on CS:GO. The fuck?
Okay. You try to get that premium. You gotta try to get that premium rainbow knife.
Yeah, bro, because I could sell that premium rainbow knife for real money.
True. Acid Flow also has a point. Warhammer 40K if you're rich. That is notorious for being a hole in the wallet.
Oh my god! But it's a hole in the wallet, but it's pretty based. So
yeah, everybody popping up. I salute all of you. What up, speak? Oh, he's muted. Ortho, what's good?
Yo, speaking of tabletops, you still down for the stream D&D?
That is also what I wanted to talk about.
I will do it, but I haven't played much D&D, so I will be like very awkward and weird with it. I don't know.
It is fine. I haven't played since college. That's a good 5 years on me.
I don't get into it. I'm like, yeah, I roll perception. Yeah. All right, I do that now. You know what I mean? I'm not role playery with it.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good, speak.
Say, man.
Your mama was killing it during the last stream.
Yeah, when she's over here, she randomly does that. Her and my niece are like, they start singing and shit. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But no, bro, you gonna say I like
that man. I thought you was setting that man up for the most diabolical joke we've heard all day.
No, that's fine. I'm not gonna do speak like that.
No, you had to be there to know what he was talking about.
Yeah, it was not gonna lie. She was killing it.
Yeah, she used to be singing in the choir and shit back in the day.
I told you. Oh yeah, if you're talking about the donuts, you gotta specify, man.
I told you. I said more Camilla.
Camilla who?
That was the first one you showed. Now you always
you're talking about the last chick. Yeah.
I was talking about how I like white chicks, and that is not that white chick you showed was not my cup of tea.
You don't like them thick. You don't like them thicker than the average Snicker.
No. That's not what it was. She had tats. She had
okay. You want me to redo it? I got another.
Kind of had the gothic look. No, just give me Camilla, man.
All right, fine.
Wait, is it that's the only one you have of her?
It's the only one I have of her right now, but I could easily get some more.
Yeah. Some more Camilla.
All right. I should think honestly. I know most of these girls' Instagram, so I should get. I'll try to get like 2 to 3 per.
Hey, get some of the Cassidy Paynes for the white chicks, you know.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Anyway, back to the topic. I think video games have both a positive and a negative aspect on men's mental health, and I wanted to talk about how it both affects directly and indirectly affects a man's perception of both social interaction and physical interaction, such as with a woman or with a man if you're gay. So Lionel earlier showed this very interesting. Let me pull this up. Lionel earlier showed this very interesting post, and I want to read this out to y'all. To some girl called Deja Dolaz, or however you say her initial name. She says men will invest $800 in a PS5 before they invest $80 in therapy. That's the real poverty. And then Oh, excuse me. The man responds, really? During a month dedicated to men's mental health, men will invest in what gives them peace, which is what I salute to. Therapy can be great for some, but not for everyone. But not everyone. And it's a hell of a lot more than $80, which is true. Maybe playing video games lets men shut their ward off and their problems off for a few hours so that they can recharge. And this is something I do disagree with, but I'll elaborate that in a minute. So what? If you you just have to judge and use it for rage bait to get clicks online, your whole page is you putting men down. You even have to post saying that you're working on not hitting men. Shame on you. Now, when it comes to this whole little post, I didn't read too much into it because I didn't read the comments or anything like that. But what I do agree with when it comes to this Joey Swole guy is that men should invest on the things that really. What I think it is important for men to invest in things that are able to make them happy, but I don't agree that men should invest in the things to where they constantly have to turn their brain off, because stuff like that is very easy to get addicted to, and it causes mental dependency when it comes to the things that they're at. The things that they're trying to devolve themselves into. And I was wondering if anyone else agrees with me on that.
I'm on the fence, right?
Yeah.
Because sometimes cutting your brain off is really great, right? But like it's you never really want to do it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what
Because
I'm thinking about, because I think that when men, like, here's the thing, when it comes to video games specifically and nerd shit specifically, it is really easy to get devolved into your hobbies to the point to where you just don't want to. You sacrifice social interaction and you sacrifice relationships in order to, because you think it's going to cause more strife, right? And I think that that ability to get addicted is a huge problem, but it's also a good thing because it does give a man to the ability to recharge themselves mentally. It gives them an isolated place to where they can think and plan out any situation that they're in. But sometimes they could just ignore that shit and be like, "Oh, I want to play cards," or "Oh, I just want to hang out with the boys and not talk to my wife," or whatever, stuff like that.
well, if you neglect your responsibilities, that is a problem regardless if you're addicted to video games, addicted to dope, addicted to anything, right? Addiction's an issue in of itself.
Yes.
Like, so it's not necessarily what you're addicted to, it's the fact that you're addicted. And I think that's the issue.
As someone that is addicted to addiction itself, I think that it's weak will to not be able to throw that addiction out. But that's just me.
I agree. I think a big problem when it comes to modern day men, especially of my generation, is the simple fact that men don't know when to quit. It's either they don't want to quit and they're so wrapped up in the world burning around them that they're like, you know what, I'm just going to retreat into whatever hobby or addiction that I'm in and just ignore the world altogether, which is one of the worst things that you can do as a man. Or B, you do want to quit, but you're just so mentally weak that you can't make the effort to, take the steps to mentally quit, to do the actions. I'll remove this right quick.
Yeah, this also goes into like lack of brotherhood, lack of anything that we have in a modern society. A lot of that stuff is just no one's stopping you from doing it, really.
This is a little bit of a misunderstanding of addiction, right? It's not even a force of will, right? When you're addicted to something, that's a huge problem, and like there's a lot of argumentation on, like, we can sit here and argue all day on what it means to be addicted, but like addiction is more than just a issue of will. Like, there's entire brain chemistry devoted to it. There's more than just your own force of will to it.
Do you think oh shit, there's a fucking wasp in my room. Anyway, do you think that there is a direct correlation between a person's, well, whatever their brain chemistry is? I know, like, race, ethnicity, I know those stuff like that plays a part. But do you think an outward environment I'm trying to frame this correctly. How much do you think outward environment can
The environment in general.
Yeah, the environment contributes to addiction. How much do you think that?
I think environment. I think environment would be 90%, right?
Really?
Because,
I thought
yes,
really that high?
Because you have, here's the thing, you have predispositions to dopamine. That's really what an addiction is, right? It's a attack on your dopamine receptor.
Yes.
Right. If you it mass produces dopamine on a level that like your body isn't used to, and it's like, yes, this is great. So when you have low dopamine, you can have that from your environment, what you eat, how you live. Like if you're fucking miserable, right? You're gonna have lower dopamine than usual, and that's gonna lead you to being able to get addicted to things, because if you have negative fucking dopamine all the time, if you're overworked all the fucking time, or you're doing something that doesn't benefit some type of release, you're gonna be craving that dopamine. The minute you get a hit to it, you're gonna be like, oh well, this was nice, let me do that like an ungodly amount of times. Just I need that. It's gonna become a need. It's gonna become something you need, not something that you can really control. Because your brain is going to try to regulate itself. And if you're so fucked up in your life where you aren't producing dopamine, your brain is going to be like, nah, we need that dopamine. So this is what we're gonna do to get that dopamine.
Okay.
And that's like 100%. Like, yeah, there might be a racial element to it based on brain chemistry and whatnot.
Yeah.
You were saying, but that's a everybody issue where it's like you need that dopamine hit. So it's like 100% environmental in my opinion, or not, like 90% environmental.
I just
Going to work, guys. Take it easy.
Peace out, Bumpkin.
Peace. Support the Grift, no state.
Yeah, we're grifting today. We're grifting today. Where the fuck is that wasp? It's in here somewhere. Anyway, Speak, you got anything to contribute? You got anything to say?
My bad. I was distracted for a moment.
No, you're fine. Okay. Do you need me to re-ask the question?
No, just give me the short, sweet answer, the short, sweet version.
All right. Orthodox a minute ago said that he believes that 90% of a person's addiction is due to the environment and how much dopamine an individual person is able to get through their environment and what they interact with. I ended up thinking that I didn't think it would be that high, to be honest with you. I thought it would be more like, oh, maybe it's has something to do with, your DNA and how obviously certain people are susceptible to certain addictions. That's a given. But I didn't think it would be 90% environmental, which is kind of crazy in my opinion. But I do agree. But I do somewhat agree. I do agree.
I don't think it's that high, but I mean,
yeah, I don't think it's that high either. But maybe
it could be something in DNA. Like, what if you're just like a slothful person? Like, you're just kind of like just lazy.
Honestly, I think depending on not just your environment, but your actions, you could also be, I think also due to your lifestyle, you could also be prone to certain addictions because, more introverted people will be attracted to hobbies or other addictions that did not require much effort, which is the reason why I said that I think things like when it comes to video games and men specifically, I think that indoor activities for introverted men that involve men going out of their way to come together and do something in person is the solution in this particular circumstance. That's why I proposed stuff like tabletop games and D&D, because they fill the same niche. They just require a little bit more effort, and they fill all the needs of social interaction, as well as the fact that it really does help with networking and creating groups. Because I ended up making a lot of friends in college simply playing card games with people. I made a lot of friends. I met a lot of men that I still talk to this day. Some of them are married. Some of them have kids now, which is crazy. But I think that those elements were able to create a space to where people can talk about their problem, or men can talk about their problems, and we can really work on themselves, even if it's directly or indirectly. And I think that's something that needs to be promoted.
I mean, it's good in a sense, but I do think like it's also bad because it doesn't teach certain people, like when you have a bunch of incels at a freaking card shop playing Warhammer or freaking playing Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever. Because I've seen this, I've gone to them. It may be teaching them to interact with each other, but I think there needs to be that female dynamic. Like, bro, go out and touch grass. Like, go out here and meet other people, not just men, other men, because like, you're meeting the same people as you basically. You're not getting out here meeting different types of people. You're not expanding your horizons. Like I said, I've been to those card shops back in the day, and I just seen some of these guys. Like, some of these guys don't even know how to fucking put on deodorant.
That is true. That is true. I remember. If I can find the video, I'll show it. But I remember at a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament, a woman made there was a huge uproar on Twitter for about a week because a woman ended up getting ran out of the card shop, and people were the entire tournament grounds, and people thought she was getting harassed. But it actually turns out the only reason she left is because the whole room smelled bad. So Konami, the company that runs Yu-Gi-Oh, had to create an official tournament ruling that you have to shower.
Yeah, like literally some of these guys are coming in here.
They were like, y'all niggas stink so bad, we're going to make it an official rule that if you don't put on deodorant, you are disqualified.
I mean, fair enough. If it's that fucking bad, maybe they should.
It's crazy.
Yeah, Orthodox. Have you ever been to a card shop during some of these tournaments?
Yeah,
I've never gone during a tournament, but I've gone to card shops. I'm so introverted that I don't like hanging out with nerds.
That is fair. That is fair.
Well, I had a run where I was because a friend of mine actually owned a game shop at one time, and he got me into Magic.
I'll be back. I gotta grab something right quick.
Yeah, he got me into Magic because I was like, I ain't playing that shit. That's for nerds, blah blah blah. But then he kind of showed me, and I got into it, and I was yeah, but it's an expensive habit.
Is it though?
Yeah, because they drop fucking new sets like every 3 months.
You don't have to. You can always go to the card shop when there's not a tournament on, and like fucking build like a cheap deck.
Well, no, what I would do is I would see what the set looked like, and based on what I was trying to build, I would just buy singles. It's cheaper that way than fucking cracking packs. But yeah,
it's more fun. It's more fun that way too, in my opinion.
Yeah, the tournaments were pretty sad, bro, because I seen people there, like the guys that don't like to clean themselves properly. Then you got dudes every time when they're sitting down at the table, they got their ass crack showing. And it's like, bro, these are some fucking poor saps. I feel for them. Even the chicks that would show up, bro, they were like the dredges of society when it came to chicks.
Yeah, but those people I guess they're meant for each other.
Hey, but that's the thing. They didn't even interact like that. Like, they might have played, but then that's where it stopped. It didn't like form like any kind of relationship outside of them playing the game, and that was it. Like, they still didn't know how to talk to each other outside of, yeah, we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, we're playing whatever.
Really?
All right, I'm back.
That's tragic.
I just come from a different era.
Well, I have a different experience, right? Because when I did go to the game shops, right, I didn't go during tournaments, right? But when I went, there'd be 2 to 4 people in there, a couple guys, a couple girls, and people would be having fun. I mean, it wasn't that bad. I don't know. Like my whole family were nerds, so they went in, they did this shit, and like but the nerds that I'm talking about, they had like fucking kids, you know.
Yeah, that's another thing I've been noticing. Almost every time me and my wife goes to a card shop, we notice that a lot of the shops, especially in Hickory, they have little playrooms now. Like they have an entire room dedicated to kid toys and little TVs, and I'm like, damn, how come you started installing this? He was like, oh, because a lot of our customers are have like kids and babies that they bring along, and we ain't got nowhere to put them, so they just put them in this little room.
Nerd culture is definitely changing for the better, because like I grew up like most people had okay hygiene.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bunch of stanky McStanks, but at the cons,
At the cons, yes.
yeah,
The cons
at the
suck.
fucking cons, yeah, no, that shit's fucking vile. It's evil.
Yeah, I have yet to go to any cons yet, but I can
Don't.
only imagine.
If you don't like the stank, don't go to the cons.
Mm. So like you ever seen the video of that one streamer? Like, I mean, I guess he lives with his mom and like she cooks some meals, but like you see his setup in his room is just filthy. Like, and that's what people like. People follow him just to see how filthy his room is. Like,
Are you talking about Asmongold?
Yes. I've heard of him.
no, there was another guy that was kind of like that. People basically came to his streams to troll him about how gross his room was. And his mom would literally cook him breakfast, lunch, and dinner while he streamed all day. Didn't get up and wash his ass, nothing. Just played games all day.
Oh, that's gotta suck, man. Honestly, there has also been a pandemic. I think this was a Magic the Gathering. I remember there was a huge rule. I don't know if this was made a tournament rule, but apparently a lot of Magic Gathering players, they got a huge case of plumber's crack. And in order to stop, indirectly and directly flashing people, they decided to give everybody these weird looking pads in order to cover their ass. It's either that or you have to mandatorily wear a belt. It was one of the two. I remember seeing pictures of these guys with like giant little cardboard pads behind their ass.
Orthodox guy, did I not just mention that during tournaments?
I was like, oh, y'all said that? That's funny as shit.
Yeah, I was like, it's either BO or you see somebody's ass crack.
Yeah, it's either that or you see somebody's butt all the time. And it's such a problem now that they have to make rules about it. That's the crazy shit.
Well, it's because, like I said, it's changing for the best. Like, you have people bringing their kids. People bringing their kids don't want to have to expose them to that shit, you know?
Yeah. Not to mention, there's also, there's good old misogyny. You can't get any girls, and men don't want women in the hobby. It's either they're simping.
That's what I don't get. I don't get why.
Because there's two things. It's two things. They're either simping to high hell. I've heard stories on Reddit. I don't know if half of them are true or not, but they sound legit. But a lot of people are like throwing games just to get a woman's favor. It's either that or while they're playing, they're like harassing them through the gameplay and saying some inappropriate shit. He was like, oh, I remember in Magic they were playing Commander, which is like the multiplayer format, and he was asking this girl while they were playing. He was like, hey, I'm gonna attack your creature. You can keep it, but you got to go on a date with me. And that motherfucker was serious. It's weird because motherfuckers can't control them. A lot of nerds, especially introverts nowadays, they can't control themselves around women. And it bleeds into their gameplay and it fucks the gameplay up for everybody.
That's fucking wild.
I gotta find some of these stories, man, because I remember seeing this shit last year. Because
so basically what you're telling me is Gamergate was right the whole time.
Gamergate was right the whole time. Men cannot control themselves. I don't think this is solely a men's issue, but it's like they're the main perpetrators.
Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think Gamergate had a point. Honestly, I think the whole doxing element, speaking of Gamergate, I think the whole doxing element was bullshit, but a lot of their complaints were genuine. I agree with that. A lot of their complaints were genuine. I've seen some of this stuff, but the more I've heard about it, I've seen some of this stuff on like small scales, but I've been hearing stories like, oh, this shit's happening on tournament levels to where it's hard for women to just, it's hard for women to even like compete because they don't want to interact with because the people at the higher levels of these games are the weirdest motherfuckers you'll ever meet. It's either that or they're like normal, but that's a dime a dozen. I just think it's hard. I think nerd culture easily has the ability to assimilate almost every person on the planet, regardless of your political group or ideology or whatever the fuck. But there's just so many gatekeepers out there because they want their whatever IP they have to be theirs and not whatever the creator envisions. People care more.
There are some cases to where you want to gatekeep.
Like with the whole woke
Yeah.
agenda thing and the
Yeah,
doxing.
and that's the issue. That's the issue with Gamergate, because Gamergate was more woke than it was actually fostering a safe environment for all players. Like, I get that,
Yeah.
because like if you're scaring the hose and you're making it where a 50% of the population doesn't want to play the game, or like you fuck it up, like that's an issue. That's a severe issue. And if people aren't willing to talk about it or keep that from happening, then they're just retarded.
That is true. But the thing is that for some reason in nerd culture, whenever an attempt is made, people just don't know where to draw the line. It always seems to get crossed. I don't really know. I mean, I kind of know why, but I don't really know why. I guess it just really does boil down to the point of men just can't control themselves around the opposite sex. I don't think it's men. I obviously know it's not men in general, because a lot of nerds nowadays who are enjoying the hobby have like whole ass families, and they try to get their families into the hobby. Because speaking of that, I also remember at the game shop we have on Fridays we have a Yu-Gi-Oh night, and this one guy decided it would be fun to bring his, I think, 12-year-old son to actually play a game. So he taught his kid how to play the deck he was running. I forgot exactly what it was. And he was like, "Hey, I want you to see if you can see if you can get into the top 10." And we had a good like 20 something people that night. And he ended up making it to top, I think, 15 or 14. And there was these two guys in the corner that were kind of just screaming at each other. And it turned out to be the dad of the kid, and one of the kid beat. And he was like, "How the fuck you let your son?" It was a white guy and a Hispanic looking dude, or a whitish Hispanic looking dude. And the whitish Hispanic looking dude was yelling at him like, "Hey, how the fuck you let your son do that, man? What are you doing? You trying to make fun of me, bro?" And they almost started fighting.
What?
Yeah.
That is fucking wild.
This was happening in the parking lot. The shopkeep was a skinny older white guy. He looked like he was in his 30s or 40s, and his kid was there too, because they were in the little playroom that I was telling you about earlier. And we were all watching that shit down while they were arguing. A couple of people were still playing their games, but I wasn't, because I was already moving on to round 8. So, well, I was just watching while they were yelling at each other, and they had to break up the fight because he thought he was like, "Oh, you're trying to insult me by having your son, a 12-year-old kid, beat me in a game." And he's like, "Okay, it's just you're not, number one, we don't do prizes at our locals. It's kind of just for fun. So it's not that you're not winning anything. You're not losing anything to this literal child. And number two, you ain't got a beef with his dad. I'm surprised he didn't beef with the kid."
That's just wild to me. Just get good, bro.
Yeah, I was going to say, you lost. Who cares? It's the fact. I think that's also another thing. A lot of people take their game, if they are playing games, a lot of people take their games too seriously. That's another thing. That's another problem that I think is very permeant amongst nerd culture.
Like, I had a friend who like would not let you concede, and he would try to fight you if you did. And
What? That's crazy.
Yeah, and it's like, bruh, I don't want to play anymore. And it wouldn't even be like just trying to concede just because I was gonna lose, right? Or somebody was gonna lose.
Uh-huh.
I genuinely, my experience with it, I genuinely had to leave because I was getting picked up to go to work, and we was playing while I was waiting. It was, "Oh, you can't see." It's like, bro, shut the fuck up. The fuck out of my way. I gotta go to work. And it's fucking wild. I don't understand why the people are the way they are about this game. And that was over Magic the Gathering.
Oh, of course. That game's half your cards are at least $1,000.
But that was always his excuse. It's like, "Well, I got all these cards for us to play with." Like, bruh, like, I don't care. It's a game. I don't care.
Salute to LC. Thank you for tuning in. She says, or he says, it's either the husband or the wife. My 12-year-old is in the hospital because of Roblox. We are on the lawsuit. What? How? Please,
How?
please explain. Please explain. If you're able to come up on panel, I would greatly appreciate it. If you're not, just please elaborate in the chat. That sounds insane. I've heard stories of people getting real serious about Roblox because apparently a lot of kids are on there. Hold on. Oh, she wants the link. All right, here's the link. Here's the link. It's in the chat. Please come up and explain your situation. I'm very interested.
That's one thing. I'm not gonna speak on her situation because I don't know it. Right? There's no one to speak on it. But I've seen a lot, and this started back when I was a preteen. Right? I've seen a lot. It's happened more and more, and now it's like a shit ton of like lawsuits about gaming and gaming addiction and like all this shit. I'm like, bro, people just need to tell their kids no.
Yes, I know. Hello, LC. How are you?
Hi, you guys.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing good.
Hi.
I'm very interested in your situation.
Hi. Well,
Hello?
yeah, I saw you guys talking about it, so I felt like it was interesting, and maybe you guys want to. Okay, can you hear me better?
Yeah, we can hear you better. We can hear you better.
Okay, I had to turn the volume up on the thing. Anyway, so yeah, my son is 12, and my husband passed away in 2019, and he's my husband's niece's little boy. She likes to have babies and not take care of them.
Oh.
So I find myself at the age of 61 with a 12-year-old, and my boys are in their 40s. So I'm well past, that age. However, we did agree, and him dying wasn't part of the plan, but he is now 12, and we moved from California out to Missouri. We live on a 13-acre farm. We don't have TV. We, by choice. And so we have computers, and you could do anything on a computer that TV can do anyway.
Yeah.
So he started playing Roblox about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. And it was fine for a while. He first dabbled in little games, and then he met another little boy in Florida, and they have their own Discord, and they play games and stuff. Well, I don't know what happened, but in the last 6 to 8 months, he's become the most disrespectful child, where he was an angel before. And I mean, like beyond angel. He was such a good little boy. And all of a sudden, the hostility started showing up, his anger, he started being very disrespectful. It happened really slow. Okay. This wasn't something that just, appeared. I could now look back and see how slowly it happened. Well, in the last month and a half, he's been hospitalized 4 times. He just went to the hospital 2 days ago. And these are adolescent hospitals, not like your typical, I broke my arm, let me go to the emergency. These are adolescent hospitals where it's a lockdown facility. It's not a jail, but it's kids his own age, and then they have other areas where they're older children. So what did he do to get in there? Okay, well, this is the 4th time, hopefully the last time, we don't know. But he plays this game, and again, it started off slow, but it got to where if I take the computer from him because it's time to go to bed, it's holy hell. And it starts off cursing here and there. It's gotten to the point where I finally had to call for help. I had to call CPS on my own child because I know people don't like them, but out here, you can actually call them for help because your child is incorrigible and controllable. And the resources they have are amazing. And so I've had to lock myself in my room several times each time because he started coming at me physically. He starts off grabbing me very gently, like grabbing me, give me the computer. Tell him, no, it's time to go to bed. No, I don't want to. Whoever is in. So a psychiatrist told me the last time he was in there, she said, what are the chances you can keep him away, especially from Roblox? And I said, well, just take it away from him. He doesn't need to use it. And I said, why that game? And this is a psychiatrist, okay? Not a conspiracy theorist person, a doctor. She said there's something in that game. I don't know what it is, but it's attacking the children's brain. I don't know if it's frequency. I don't know if it's what they have the subliminal things that you see or what have you. She goes, I don't know what it is, but we're getting a lot of children in here because of that game. If you could take it from him, take it from him because it's causing these children.
Have you tried hitting him?
Oh,
I listen.
I am not joking. I am not joking at all.
You mean like spanking? You mean like spanking?
Yeah. Have you tried knocking the ever living shit out of him when he acts like that?
Well, I have spanked him. I don't do that anymore.
I was gonna say I know exactly what's wrong with kids these days.
No.
It's like a fucking Boondocks episode.
Okay, there's you can find this.
I'm not playing. Like I'm not joking.
No, I hear you. However, it's beyond that. So you can find this. There's a little boy shot his mom, and when they asked him why he did it, he had gone to his neighbor's house and said, I shot my mom. And they said, why did you do it? And he said, because she made me feel bad. And how did she make you feel bad? Because she took the computer from me, the game. And he shot his mom. The kids do not understand death because on the computer, they come back. On the computer, death is not real. They get confused with that. But the psychiatrist specifically said there's something in that game. Why do you think there's a lawsuit against that company, against Roblox and Minecraft?
I've played Roblox. There is nothing in there. There is nothing.
How old are you?
Nothing demonic. Nothing supernatural. Nothing.
How old are you?
Nothing even Hold on one second. Nothing even technological. The problem is lack of an ass whooping and lack of adult supervision.
No, it's not lack of adult supervision because I sit here with them to make sure that he doesn't go to the wrong sites, make sure that there are no adults. I don't hear adult voices in their Discord room. I'm the most attentive adult you will ever find. I know a lot of people give their kids computers and they're in their rooms 24/7. He sits here in front of me while he's playing it. And I can hear, because I want to hear who goes in and out of the room because other kids go in there and play. And if he's 12, if they're over 15, they're out. I tell them, kick them out or get off. You're not going to play with older kids. You can play with kids your own age. So I'm very attentive. So how old are you?
Shit.
Huh?
I play all kind of games. And I'm just saying there's none of that shit in there. It's literally
how old are you?
I'm a grown up. How about that?
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. These are children.
That doesn't matter. So either someone is grooming your child or it's a lack of adult supervision.
No, nobody's going to take your computer. Nobody is going to tell you what you can or can't do at your age. These are children, and it's not just my
playing video games since I was a child. I'm a rather young adult, so my parents did take my computer from me, and I never at any time was like, "Hey, yo, ma, I'm gonna start blasting if you don't give it back." Like I don't get it, and I'm not trying to be rude to you.
They're on there. These circumstances are on there. You can find them, but
yeah, I have heard of shit.
I've heard about it too, and every time you go back and you look at it, it's a matter of somebody doing something horrible and grooming a child, or it's a lack of adult supervision. Like,
Elsie, I do have a question for you. Do you give your son a time limit on how long he can be on the computer for? At minimum,
yes.
At least that.
He used to, when he first started, he was such a good kid. I would just let him sit there and play it. But in the last 6 months, it's like he has to earn time. He has to go do a chore and then he can have an hour. So he's been limited very much. If I even give him a half an hour on it, it's hell to get it away from him. I'll take it. And that's when I'm blocked. That's when I'm locking myself in my room and having to call the police because he's coming after me.
Well, let's not look at the video game, right?
Yeah.
Let's divide the video game because this is starting to sound like some satanic panic stuff, right? Let's look at it in these two ways, right? And I mean this with the utmost respect. One, there is some like do you know are any of his friends like spoiled brats? They don't obey their parents, they get what they want. Like is that an issue with some of his friends?
No, listen, we live like in the middle of nowhere. The school he goes to, it's like a 54-mile round trip. Okay. That's a very small school. And it's not what I know this sounds crazy to you. The only friend he plays with online is in Florida, and I listen to them, and he's not a disrespectful child at all.
Well, I mean the overbearingness and like constantly watching over him could be an issue.
Yeah, that could. Has your child ever pressed
And then
you about?
well,
So first it's lack of supervision. Now it's too much supervision. Make up your
No,
mind.
there's a balance. There needs to be a balance.
There's a balance. Two things can be true.
Yeah.
And the next question. The next question is because here's the thing: it's the extreme supervision that you're referencing now, mixed with the complete loneliness that you're explaining to me.
No, he goes to school every day. He's with his classroom kids from 7 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. So he's with me in the evenings, or from he gets home about 4:15, and he goes to bed about 9 o'clock. So he's with me, not that for a few hours every day.
But their influence, a child's influence on another child, can be hella strong. So the next question I'm going to ask you, does he have any mental problems or genetic issues? Because it might be as simple as he's defective. I'm not trying, again, I mean that with the utmost respect, but if you're having these issues where you're in danger, you're having to lock yourself up, like it could very well just be that it's a him problem and he's defective.
Why is there a lawsuit against those two
There's
games?
not. There's not.
I'm on it.
Then what's the lawsuit specifically say, ma'am?
It's against Roblox and Minecraft. It's what do you call those mass lawsuits where there's a lot of.
You're suing the company?
No. I'm on it with the
How did you get onto it? Is it something you saw through Facebook by chance? Or is it something that you referenced? Was it something that was shared with you?
Something like that.
A class action lawsuit?
Class action lawsuit. There you go. So
are you the one filing it, or are you trying to get on
it? No, I'm not trying to. I'm on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I didn't file it. Somebody else did. And after, this all occurred in the last, like I said, month and a half, less than 2 months. And when I saw that, and a psychiatrist told me to keep away from those two games specifically because they have a lot of kids in the hospital because of that same reason. I mean, at some point, makes sense.
I have heard nothing about this.
Well, just because you haven't heard it doesn't make it not true, though.
But I have seen a bunch of fake lawsuits on Facebook and YouTube, that try to get people to give their information to people that make a lot of wild claims.
I've heard about that shit too.
So like, it's not really about me hearing anything. I think that I think and I mean this with all respect. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I think what we're witnessing here is someone who has behavioral and mental problems, and someone who doesn't understand exactly what's going on in that person's life either. I think that this is an issue where somebody's having mental problems, in my opinion. And it's just not being handled the best way possible. And that's nothing against you, that's nothing against him. And I mean, I don't mean that to sound disrespectful at all, but I do kind of think that this is a severe misunderstanding of the actual situation.
LC,
If you understand.
I do have another
Huh?
question. Oh, I do
Sure.
have another question. Slick Rick kind of already asked it, but I was going to ask the same question. Is your child on any form of medication, if you don't mind answering?
No, well, no, he was fine up until his last visit, and that's when they gave him something to mellow him out.
Okay. So he's now on
But
medication.
it
Okay.
was, but it was after. It wasn't like he's been on stuff or anything like that. It was after
All
to
right.
calm him down and stuff. But I mean, you're talking about, you know, educated doctors that are saying that they have a lot of kids that are going into these hospitals for this specific reason. So, I mean, you say you're a young adult, and I don't think you could, you know, with all certainty say that you think you know better than them.
I know that we have a medical industry where people want to blame everything and everyone except for the doctor and misdiagnosis. And I would honestly have to hear the doctor myself or talk to the doctor myself. But I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's wild to me.
Look, I just came up to share my story, not to prove or disprove anything, or for you to have to talk to a doctor. I mean, with all due respect, you are still a child or a young adult. Okay, you haven't lived 60 years, and I've raised two children. One became a deputy sheriff and went to Iraq
This isn't
times.
this
So
isn't
I'm a
this
pretty
isn't the
intelligent woman. I'm a decent mother. So what's happening to this child when he doesn't play these games? He's an amazing child. He plays that game, and all of a sudden he comes to Satan incarnate. I mean, and then he, it's it's not. I get where you would want to defend the gaming because you like it a lot and think, oh, there's nothing wrong with it. But maybe you're not right in this sense. Maybe there is
well,
something.
I think you don't understand newer technology or newer things.
Right,
And I
right.
think
I would
I
say that.
think
Yeah.
that's the issue. And
Oh,
I think that you're dealing with mental illness, and we know a lot more about mental illness than we did back in your day. And I think that when they tell you that they have people that are having these issues, I think they're telling you it's not because of Roblox, it's because children who are mentally ill are having issues adjusting and to this and while playing this game as well, and they're trying to say that your child needs to not play it because they are having trouble either adjusting between reality and fiction, or because of the severe loneliness that they're dealing with where you live, it's causing other problems. Like I don't know. Like I said, that's the only reason I say I would need to talk to the doctor myself. I don't think you're correct, but I also don't think that I know more than a doctor, so I just have to know what the doctor's saying.
well, I
And this
will
was
give you that a lot of kids today are because of vaccines, because of the food, because of a lot of things that they've changed. A lot of kids do have a lot more issues like ADHD, bipolar. They do have a lot more issues than they ever did in older generations. So I'll give you that. So it could be a lot of kids are pretty messed up because of the vaccines and things like that that they shouldn't have had. So so yeah, it could be that this generation of this age has been affected by a lot of that.
LC, do you
and it
know if the
and
boy has a male father figure in his life or something equivalent to it, like an uncle
Um,
or grandpa?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, his father, well, his uncle, which he knew was to be his dad, died when he was 6, so that took a big toll
Oh,
on him.
that there. Okay.
Yeah,
That might
and
be it.
but I mean, hey, if he had stayed with his mother, he would be in a dress walking down San Francisco with the joint in his mouth and being beat to hell every day. So his choice, was, his current mother, which is, it would not be a good situation for him, you
Okay.
know. So, yeah. And if all he has to deal with is, living on a farm and, you know, being raised, you know, a little bit differently, you know. And the TVs are his choice. He broke them. I'm not going to go buy anymore, you know. So he has a computer when he behaves. So, but I just wanted to jump up here because I heard you guys talking about it, and I thought it was interesting, and you know, thought I would share.
We do thank you. I do thank you for coming up and sharing
Yeah.
your story. Do you have anything else to say other than when it
No,
comes to boys and men mental health?
no, but I do believe that not having a father figure in the home is damaging to little boys. They, you know, you get a lot of moms that think that they can raise little boys, and you can raise them so old, but then there's a point where they need a dad. So
Yeah,
it does take a dad to raise a boy into a young man, and I think that has something to do with, you know, his testosterone, and he needs a man to put him in check. So I'll give you that. You know, I think that has a lot to do with it because the last time the other day it was I'm having my home reconstructed, and the contractor literally grabbed him as he was running at me and carried him outside and put him in check, and they went toe to toe, and my son backed down. The next thing I know, they're building a chicken house together. So you know, there was a newfound respect there. So I do believe that having a male figure in the home for young boys is very important. That's we can raise women and we can raise boys to a certain age, and then it becomes a man's job to raise a child. And I think that's where a lot of homes go wrong with boys. You know, it takes more than a woman to raise a young man. You need a man to raise a man, to raise a boy, you know. So and I think there's a lot of issues with it, but I'm just came up to share with what the doctors had said, and you know. So well, thank you for
okay.
letting me come up. It was nice
Oh no,
talking to
you.
you guys.
Oh no, you're fine. We do appreciate you sharing your story. Thank you for coming
Sure.
up, ma'am.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too.
Two.
All right. Bye.
Five.
All right. So today, all right. I wish Universal was here because he's an actual psychologist and he could have give a better analysis on what's going on with her and her son. But I do think that at least her little situation, at least she's doing the right thing. I do commend her for that instead of dumping it all on the legal system. Even though she is doing a lawsuit, she at least is trying to take some sort of priority when it comes to her kid's livelihood. But honestly, the way she described me, I don't think he should be on the computer anymore. Period.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah, that boy need to read a book.
He
That boy need to get some
definitely
books.
needs a fucking couple good ass whoopings.
That is true. Yeah, that's true too. I don't know if she does whoop her kid. I didn't want to ask all that because I think that might have been a little too personal. But you asked it, and that was cool. But damn, he's out here breaking TVs and shit. That's some shit I've seen I've seen Twitter of kids doing that type of shit, and I was like, damn, all they need is 1 or 2 good ass whoopers on belt to ass, and that kid would be coming out straighter. That kid would be coming out straighter than a ruler. What up, Sasquatch? Glad to see you, sir.
Chilling like a villain, you know, cheating, robbing, stealing.
Did you appreciate? I don't know if you hear earlier, but the Gryffindor State is online on my channel now. It took me a hot minute to get some good, thick baddies on live, but we finally got them, and we're going to be ever expanding onward per week. That's my goal, anyway.
Oh, nice.
So today we are doing a stream related to nerd culture and men's mental health. Do you have anything to add, sir, or do you need a refresher?
Most men are nuts.
True.
The people who gain their fatherhood lessons online, for the most part, have standards that are completely out of control. Same thing for the women. When you're talking to a young woman nowadays, they're expecting the man to have, 6-figure income, be 6 foot tall. That is less than what, 10% of the population?
Yes.
And that's 80% of women. Now, where do we hang the blame for that? Social media. Social media promoting these chicks who have what these other chicks want, showing you that you can have the things you want and be what do you call her? A bad bitch?
A bad bitch is.
Yeah, none of this is reality. None of this is true. And classically, women are more swayed by emotional arguments than men typically. So if you can convince them idealistically through emotionally charged language of a certain thing, it might as well be true, and no amount of a man telling you otherwise will make a difference.
Okay. That is true. Yeah, I do agree with that. Honestly, I've never heard it worded like that before, but that is true. Yeah.
I could break the back of every single person out here, like the arguments behind. First of all, if you're a young man and you would like to meet a woman, young or otherwise, and do the whole family thing, you will not find her at a club. You're not going to find her at a Waffle House at 2 a.m. Probably. True. It's possible, unlikely. Probably not going to find her at the skating rink with a bar. I'm not going to say you can't find them. It's just that the people that go there aren't looking for long-term relationships. And so going there looking for a long-term relationship's kind of dumb. Instead, most of us have a hobby, something that we do that we don't even think is a hobby. We've just done it our whole lives, right? Fishing, tying flies, RC cars, train collections, Pokemon, whatever it is.
Yes.
Go to public, do it with people in public.
That is my entire argument. That is my entire argument. I wholeheartedly believe that it's specifically when it comes to gaming. Okay, Acid, here you go. Acid worded it way better. To me, TTRPGs are the way to go. It's a safe environment to be put in a dangerous situation and work on critical thinking skills and reactions when things go badly. Facts. Wholeheartedly agree. I believe that a lot of these interactions. Speak brought up Speak did earlier. Speak Radio. I don't know if you know him, but the guy did bring up a point that the main problem with the reason is the whole nerd scene on how it could build healthy men is the fact that it's mainly a bunch of there is depending on where your location is, it could just revolve around unhealthy men helping out a bunch of unhealthy men. And you know what they say, blind leading the blind leads everybody.
And land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Yes. Which is a bad thing and a good thing. It's just a simple fact that there is no regulation to who you interact with. Because for some reason, specifically when it comes to men and nerdy men, it is extremely difficult for them, introverted men specifically, a lot of men simply do not know the line when it comes to interacting either with themselves, with others of their kind, or the opposite sex. I gave up some examples earlier about how whenever they tried to add women into these spaces, which is a growing trend, by the way, because a lot of nerds in the past couple of years are whole ass families. They be bringing in their kids. I also talked about earlier how a lot of gaming stores, specifically in my area, are starting to put in play areas because so many of their customers are bringing their children with them. And this is going to be a problem because this means women are going to be a part of the gaming sphere now because they're going to be with their husbands. And this could lead to, in the most extreme cases, verbal and sexual harassment and fights. Because a lot of men just don't know how to control themselves around the opposite sex. Specifically in nerd culture, it is a problem. And I think that is the main issue when it comes to this whole, even though I wholeheartedly agree that in-person gaming or in-person actions are the way to go when it comes to developing a healthy man through their hobby, it's something that they have to learn how to deal with on their own before it could be even viable for most men.
No, I'm saying utilization of the hobby as a short circuit to that social awkwardness, because you're typically more expert in your hobby than you are in virtually any other aspect of your life. So if you can go into an environment that you can speak intelligently and with confidence, that will do an awful lot to alleviate the nervousness and the problems. But believe it or not, listen, I have not always been the suave, svelte Sasquatch that you see before you.
Oh,
there was a time.
Do elaborate, sir.
Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. There was a time when I just did not speak to women. I just didn't talk. I know that sounds absurd, but I would sit around.
It's so crazy.
I know. It was a lack of confidence. It was something that had been told to me my entire life that I actually believed. Everyone would tell me, "You're not funny." And what they actually meant is they didn't like that joke.
Okay. But since I do I do agree with you that if men are able to create a niche for themselves to where they are confident enough to talk about or to talk and interact with others, that it would be great for their mental health. It's just a simple fact that men don't know when to draw the line when it comes to people coming into their hobby. For example, you could create let's say you got like a little spot at a gaming store. Let's say you're at a gaming store and you play card games, right? And you have your own little spot at the store, and you know for the fact because you've been there for years that a vast majority of the people there are men, and it's mostly men, and you never really see a woman unless they're like with somebody or they're getting something. But then all of a sudden this one chick comes around and she's starting to become a regular at your store, and all of a sudden she's out here talking to you, trying to get tips on whatever game you're playing, and trying to ask, trying to get into the hobby. A lot of men who are in those spaces will start having a problem with that chick just for being there, even though they could simply ignore her and mind their own business and just not conversate with her. Her simply being there is a problem, and they want to address it because they think it's going to compromise their situation or compromise the game. And that's and that's what I think the problem is the fact that they are trying to nip things in it end up creating problems to where problems don't exist when problems don't exist, and it ends up backfiring on a lot of men because they're trying to gatekeep so hard. Yes, they're trying to gatekeep so hard that they end up creating enemies.
Right. Well, okay, first of all, when it comes to that, something about books and covers and not judging things till you know them, right?
Yeah.
Would you shut up? Buddy Lorenzo, come on, man.
That's your dog.
Yes. He thinks I'm crazy because I'm not talking to anyone. There's no one here. So I'm talking to you. And every time I start talking and there's nobody else in the house, he comes back here, stares at me like I'm nuts, and then starts barking at me. Like this. He's just sitting there staring at me like, you're crazy. Why are you talking? But anyway, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying?
Something about the HR effect?
Oh, yeah, the HR effect. You know for a fact that sexual harassment's been an issue in the workplace forever.
Yes.
But only in the past handful of years has there been a significant push towards a human resources department to try to alleviate some of that stuff. But it has a really weird series of unintended consequences. What it does in a workplace of any specific nature, or even in an environment like games or a games workshop or whatever, it gives the people there not only, y'all chill out now, not only the ability to take action in an environment where action would have been in-house, it allows them to get judgment from outside. And people outside of any type of human equation like that really don't understand that human dynamics involved. All they can do is go off the written word of various people who supposedly witnessed whatever happened. And the effect is that people who are willing to squeak get all the grease.
That is true.
If you have an HR, you have someone to squeak to.
I mean, in a nerd sphere, it'll basically be whoever the hell's running the card shop.
Because you would think so. But no, that's not reality. The reality of it is, if she feels like she's being locked out, she can go to the local council or the local courthouse and file some sort of, plaintiff conditional suit. I don't think it costs anything, maybe $15 for the actual filing. And she doesn't actually have to do anything else after that, because that becomes a court filing, a case. There's not necessarily charges involved at that point, but suddenly the entire environment comes under scrutiny that didn't exist before by people who aren't a part of the sphere. Then what happens?
Mainly due to the simple fact that, do you think that would overall compromise whichever social space that's trying to be created by the nerds with the mental problems in the first place, or with the social problems in the first place?
The thing is, the nerds with the social problems won't have the social skills to deal with a clever individual here to subvert the location.
Yeah.
That's my issue, is trying to gatekeep hard enough without reason, right? You can't just gatekeep women out. You can't just gatekeep blondes. You can't just gatekeep people with blue eyes. That's not going to solve anything. So what you have to do is you have to let each one of these people come in and and I hate to be that guy, but on a case by case
basis,
you've got to check those boxes and see whether they're a Melanie Fox or they're an ortho guy, or are they like not lost. What are you dealing with? And once you know what you're dealing with, you can turn to the other people that regularly visit that place and be like, look, there's certain people in here you cannot joke. You can't tell a joke because that proves you're stupid or you don't understand or you're beneath them. You can't do anything about sexuality, gender, or any of that stuff because these individuals are going to gatekeep that part of the conversation.
Yes. Do you think this is a widespread issue, though?
Which one?
Like this,
the
whole gatekeeping
nerds or the HR issue?
Both. Let's one at a time.
Yeah.
We'll go with the HR issue first.
Yes. Well, I'm being general about the whole HR thing.
Yeah. It's fine. We're being general regardless.
Okay. So the whole HR issue basically occurs when complainers realize that a location isn't being gate kept properly, and they can, what does it take? 3 women to show up and ruin a night for an entire group, and they can each join a different group and ruin the night for 3 different groups, and that ruins the entire night at the tables. Suddenly, nobody shows up, or fewer people show up next week. And then fewer the next week. And the next thing you know, it's only the 5 or 6 people willing to deal with the talking points that these 3 specific chicks are involved in. God forbid one of them be a hoe. Suddenly, the power balance completely shifts, and every nerd in there is completely willing to bow because they're all simps in the first place.
Talked about that earlier as well. Keep going.
You want me to do it in a Southern Baptist minister fashion? If you let these ladies in, they will come in. They will bring the power of Satan, the power of the devil. I know you don't like it, do you, buddy?
Your dog doesn't like horrors, apparently.
I mean, I'm going to try to walk him, but I just don't know if it's going to help.
I mean, if you gotta go, if your dog needs I'll
be right back. It's like 3 minutes.
We'll glad you have to back up. Digital. What up, Dennison? I will, if you want to come up, I will drop the link for you as well. They're here for you as well. Ortho, I've noticed that I want to talk to you about something. I've noticed that you have been doing a lot of reviewing, a lot of educational content, and I love the fact that you're turning to go to the reaction channel route. I think it's a good thing for growing streams. I think it's a very good idea. As long as you don't bank on it. I know you won't, but I think it's a good idea.
It's gonna be like 90% of my content. I'm not gonna lie.
Reacting to shit. Well, at least it's educational. At least the stuff I've seen anyway. At least it's educational.
So, like, okay, for instance, I have an iceberg video based on the spooky stuff, right?
Let's go.
So it's an iceberg video that details every mainstream UFO encounter or alien encounter, and it's 2 hours long, so we're gonna cover it on stream, and I kind of want you to be there for stuff like that.
I'll definitely be there.
Me and you're both conspiracy guys, like old school before it got cool to be like fucking conspiracy people. You know what I'm saying?
The one thing, I'm not too big into conspiracies. Like in the early years, the one who got it into me, the one who actually got me into conspiracy theories was my wife. Actually, she's real big into the occult, and she was recommending all these fucking books and shit. And she was the one who put me on game with the Aleister Crowley novel, his first book.
I gotta go help get groceries. I'll be right back.
Oh no, you're fine. I'm going to grift. We're gonna take a grift break, everybody. Thank you for all 13 people for being here and for staying here. If you want to see some extra thick, big booty bitches, hit the Cash App, hit the banner. I got at least 20 women in the back. They might not be up to par, but you can see them if you hit the Cash App. Any amount helps. Does not matter. $1, $2, 50 cents, whatever. I don't know how low you can get with a Cash App donation, but whatever you send helps. Anyway, we're going to review Monkey. This is my boy Casual Geographic. I don't know him personally, but I watch a lot of his shit. He does some really interesting pseudo nature documentaries. So we're going to watch a little bit of this until we can get back onto the topic. Let me fold this shit up. Get this. I'll play this. Oh, Denison's banned on Cash App. How do you get banned from Cash App? I didn't even know that was possible. Okay. Well, salute to you, Denison. If you want to come up, the link is in the chat. I believe I posted it somewhere. Yeah, it's up there. It's in there. All right, let's play this video.
Show me someone who's never seen this with their eyes, and I'll show you a child that got left behind. The school system's failing, and this is proof. Did you know the average kid in America doesn't know about this harmonized homunculus? Arguably one of the greatest gifts nature ever gave. Yet they remain disrespected and unaccepted. Well, not today, you know. Someone has to stand up for this comic relief, rough draft, auditory onslaught of a primate, and you already know I will. I mean, that's a given. You're probably familiar with the great apes, but in case you're not, they include gorillas, chimps, bonobos, i.e. chimps with a different R rating, and this guy.
Oh my God.
Together, along with humans, they make up the great ape group. Great ape. The name only an ape could come up with.
Oh, dang. I didn't even know they were called great apes. Wait, are gorillas? So gorillas are also classified as great apes. Are monkeys and gorillas the same species? I know they're genetically related, but I don't know if they're in the same animal group or not. I know they're both mammals, but I'm going to turn this speed up. Make sure I don't get copyrighted. Tamadua. Okay.
But along the way, someone got snubbed, and this is actually live footage of it happening. You are freaking great apes.
Plus Mark. You know what I'm saying? Which I'm rocking with Mark because Mark is rocking with us.
Yeah, gibbons got gatekept from the great ape lunch table. Science says it's because of their relatively smaller size, lower intelligence. Ouch. And real talk, I think they're just too goofy for the other apes to want to be associated. But being tailless means gibbons aren't monkeys either, and instead got classified as lesser apes. That's already flagrantly flippant, but there's about 20 species of lesser apes. They're all gibbons. Apparently, this drunk toddler of an ape was such an affront to the family, folks created an entirely new category to put them in and slap them with the lesser label. Well, I'm going to argue this tiger taunting, vocal cord flaunting, terminally trolling, usually barrel rolling primate might just be the prime ape. Now, to be fair, gibbons are that one weird kid in class. They're like the missing link between apes and monkeys, but if evolution went on a side quest, gibbons break a lot of the rules of being an ape. They have low sexual dimorphism, meaning the males and females are about the same size. They don't build nests to sleep. They put in about as much effort as pigeons. They're monogamous, allegedly. We'll get to that. And they basically spend their entire lives in the trees. Could have sworn they let the O-ring slide for that, but that's none of my business. They're also anatomical anomalies with a wingspan worthy of an infringement lawsuit from Go-Go Gat.
God dang. I knew monkeys had long arms, but that is some crazy grip.
You were talking about the cult. Do you know have you ever played Quasimorph?
I've heard of it, never played the game.
So it's got a badass soundtrack. It's like old school guitar riffs, but anyway, that's not the important part, right? So you play as like a PMC who is living in the apocalypse.
Okay.
Essentially like the demonic takeover of the universe.
Wait a minute. Is it a top-down shooter?
It's a top-down turn-based shooter.
I have heard of this game. That's the one where basically capitalism took over everything. The world's gone to shit, and you play as this guy who's able to summon like demons. I forgot what they're called. They're actually called. No,
you don't. They're called Quasimorphs. You don't.
Oh, they are.
You don't summon them basically by how many humans are in a particular place, like Earth, like the big industrial hubs. By how much like just human emotion and like fighting has gone on, they're able to come through, and they wind up taking over hosts, right? And like I'm doing the first mission where I actually have to deal with them, and like it's badass. And there's a lot of occultism that actually talk about the apocalypse in the future, or how we will just wind up living through it, and that's basically what happens in Quasimorph. Is like humans are just basically profiting off the apocalypse.
You ever, Ortho, have you ever heard of the concept of everybody must eat, or the philosophy of everybody must eat?
No. I might have, but I might not know what it is. So
It's
go ahead.
basically in a sense, it's the sense that almost all world tragedy is somewhat profitable, is easy to profit off of, and that the reason why the world is so bad or in any type of problem on a societal level happens is because there's always a group out there, whether it be one or a billion, that is willing to make a large sum of money off of it. Everybody must eat. All the way from the birds to the bees to the worms and mushrooms. Everybody got to eat. So anytime something bad happens, no matter how big or small, there's always a good amount of people who want that shit to happen because they got to eat.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, I actually agree with that. Like, I feel like if you can profit off of it, you should be able to. I know that sounds fucked up.
Yeah, it is fucked up.
But the thing is, like you said, everybody got to eat.
Everybody got to eat. I do agree, Slick Rick. There are a such thing as useless eaters. There's no denying that. Bunch of them out there, but they got to eat too. Everybody got to eat, man. And somebody's usually eating off of them. They just don't know it. They're too stupid.
That's the thing. They're not just gonna sit. People are not just gonna sit back and starve to death. Yeah. That's what people don't understand. This soundtrack, like, it gets progressively more metal as the game goes on, but like right now, like I'm just like in the soft hair metal, so it's just like awesome guitar riffs.
Are you playing right now?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to pull it up?
I'm doing research because I'm going to start doing gaming.
Okay,
and,
okay.
Quasimorph and Not Fried Chicken are the first gaming I'm gonna do on my channel.
What the heck is Not Fried Chicken?
You ever watch Breaking Bad?
Yeah. I haven't seen it in a long time though.
It's basically Gus Fring's business model.
What?
Yeah, you basically play as Gus Fring.
What do you do? Manage a restaurant the entire time?
You build several front businesses, and then you manage logistics for a drug empire.
Oh, hold on, I gotta look this up.
Maybe y'all ever play a drug dealer from back in the day? Drug Dealer 2 specifically.
I played Organ. I think it's called Organ Harvester or Organ Transplanter.
Drug Dealer. You just play RimWorld?
I used to play RimWorld. Yes.
You know they came out with a new DLC recently, right?
Really? I haven't kept track of it. I'm sorry. I've been hype up on Stellaris with their bio mod. Hold on. I didn't even know they had came up with a new DLC. Oh, Odyssey. That's what it's called? I see how it is. Oh, they got new shit. They got a lot of new shit. Mattress outlets are money laundering influences a conspiracy theory. Not gonna lie, I don't think that's true. I mean, I don't think that's not true.
I know for a fact that some quote unquote mattress outlets locations are actually drug fronts.
Yeah, don't a lot of I was going to say, yeah, mattresses are used for money laundering because I do remember this one guy who was doing a mattress transport, and apparently there were some cops who were sniffing around inside, and they had their dogs out, and they end up opening up the mattresses themselves, and it turns out the mattresses were full of a bunch of money and coke.
Base?
Yeah, that's about right.
Money and coke.
I mean, think about it. Look at what's involved in an actual mattress, right? There's what, $55 worth of material, maybe.
Yeah.
If you build it in China, it's what, 17 cents of material. And you're gonna sell that for $385.
Most of that's fluff anyway. Don't get me started on fucking air mattresses.
Most of that's fluff anyway. That's right. But you don't expect unscrupulous men to be unscrupulous while being unscrupulous anyway.
Okay.
I'm just saying, bro.
Boys, bust out the word of the day from the word of the day calendar. Thank you.
I'm just saying, that's like going to a used car salesman and saying, "All right, be straight with me, Chief."
That is true. You'll never get that. You will never get that. You will never get that.
You can't force them to be straight with you. It's just that you have to use their old psychological tricks at the same time they're using them, and then they don't realize they got until you walk out. But it's not easily done, and car salesmen typically are aware of them. And so what ends up happening is you come to terms going, okay, I'm not going to be able to completely screw you, am I? All right, here, something legitimate.
Ortho, have you heard of a guy called Wendigoon, a YouTuber?
Yeah, I went over some of his stuff.
Okay, yeah. Did you see his
shows on his stuff? Yeah.
Okay, have you seen his conspiracy theory iceberg video? I think he made
He's got 2 of them.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of them, but he put them all into one video, and I kind of wanted you, if you were willing, but you already have one lined up. I was going to say I was willing if you wanted to go over it because he goes into detail with like almost all of them. It's kind of long, but we can watch it in parts.
Oh no, it's Connor's Curiosities. I was gonna say I think the current alien video that I'm watching now, I think that's actually a Wendigoon video.
Really?
No, it's not though. It's a I need that fucking antibiotics. No, it is a Connor's Curiosities video.
Okay. There was also another guy who goes kind of into a lot of conspiracy theory icebergs. His name is, what's it called? I think it's like Archer or something like that. Hold on, because I'm subscribed to him, and he does a lot of he puts these iceberg videos out, and he does a lot on flat Earth, like a surprisingly large amount of stuff on flat Earth and the whole ice wall and shit, and how the Anunnaki are from like a different continent just beyond the ice wall and stuff like that. And he makes a lot of these videos. I gotta fucking find it, man. Now, I don't really believe too much in flat Earth. I know we got a good amount of flat Earthers around here who can go into extreme detail. Oh, his name's Maker. Here it is.
I have an errant theory of Hollow Earth that's not like the Edward Rice Burroughs Hollow Earth. It's different. It's more like Descent.
Now, the reason why I do like this guy is that his conspiracy theory videos are long as shit. He's got ones that are at least 5. He's got some 5-hour ones. He has he's got some 18-hour ones. He has a lot of really long videos. And then he goes into the cloning actor conspiracy. This one's one of my favorites. But he does a lot of this stuff. I think they're a little too long though for to be reviewed on stream. I might do it over here though because I'm willing to do it in like parts. But I think they would be good to go over because there's a lot of background detail like this. There's a lot of background detail and shit like this.
I've made a severe misestimate of how much ammo to bring, and like.
No, sir, you're wrong. You have underestimated the circumstances in all cases.
In any survival game, I don't think you're ever should be not bringing as much animal as possible, as much as you can carry.
That's the thing. Like, I brought as much as I could carry, and I feel like there should be more. As I walked upon like a demonic cult that sacrifices people, and there's a bunch of like demons now.
More is better.
That is true. Are you able to share your screen? Because I am kind of interested in what you're.
I can't do it with. I can do it with sound, but I have to. Everybody has to be quiet if they want to hear.
That's fine. Just mute yourself if you need to. Oh, this is fucking cute. Oh, so this is what it looks like. Yeah. I have seen.
You want to see something funny?
Yeah, I have seen this before. You got a lot of meat and arms in this shit. Finally mastered.
Or just engaged in cannibalism.
Mortal blood, prepared to become a part of your power. That is crazy. So you can straight up eat meat in this game. So you can eat any meat in this game, including human meat, right?
Yeah. So. Let's let everybody listen to this, and I'll answer this question in a minute.
Oh, my bad.
So once I ate that meat, it went from like a soft rock chorus where it's just a guitar gammon to where it's like slightly heavy metal now. And like, so you can engage in cannibalism in any place in space, right? But if you do it where there is a like demonic incursion, then you'll get the demon guys pop up, and then you can start doing missions for the demons where you can help them take over like humanity.
So is it like a is it like a multiple choice game?
Oh, it's
like,
a complete roguelike.
Oh, okay. That sounds fire.
Yeah, so there'll become a time where you see how I got infection because I ate that meat.
Yeah.
There'll become a time like infection's 20%, and then you have also a 20% case to get necrosis.
Yeah.
And then like you also like I can amputate my own limbs as well. You can take other people's legs and arms and like put them in here, robotic limbs. You can stabilize your wound with like random fucking material. Like I found some demonic things. Like I found 2 of these. Eye of Korra, which like lets you have the whole cell. This is the Eye of Wrath, which is like a fucking grenade.
Uh-huh.
So like, and like right now the absentia meter, like the absentia, like the basically to tell you that I'm at maximum level demonic incursion right now. Like there is like once I got to this floor and found like this, the fucking like dead bodies and shit everywhere.
Yeah.
It fucking oh
shit.
That's a big motherfucker.
Acid was asking if you played Baldur's Gate 3 yet. I have not played Baldur's Gate 3 yet, but I do want to fucking play it so bad. I haven't played it yet though. I haven't had the time. I heard that game is long as fuck too. And you get to fuck a bear, which is kind of crazy.
By the way, this is the main bad guy of the game. I don't know why he decided to pay. Oh my sweet baby Jesus!
Yo, you're getting swarmed.
It is a long game, but you can play it with your friends in like a party style, which means we can all do game-breaking builds and just waltz through it. Supposedly,
we definitely should.
Yeah, that sounds fun. I need to upgrade. I do need to upgrade my computer though, because I heard that bitch kind of some serious hardware requires.
God, it is cross-platform, right?
So y'all just witnessed the first death in game.
Oh,
gotcha.
I got schwacked there. I was not expecting it.
It's in the car.
Look like you get. Is the game is Quasimorph really that hard? I heard it is pretty difficult, especially in like the later missions.
I'm playing on easy. Right? Okay. But if you play on hard, like ultra hard, you get like 2 pieces of equipment on your ship. That's it. That's it.
Damn, that's it.
And you have to have food because every time you move, it costs 10 nourishment, which is like, or 5 nourishment, which is like a lot, to be honest. But yeah, they're I don't know why I'm facing a demon incursion here.
Well, you said it was roguelike, so that means I guess the enemy placements are random as well, not just the item placements and the resource placements.
Well, you got to understand, like, so once the demon incursions happen, you start hallucinating. Like, look, you see, like this is the commander, like this is the Ava, this is your assistant, right?
And
you see how her face is glitching. Like there's always glitch even before demonic incursion, but you see how her face and her skull start showing.
Yeah.
Like that. Like if you're not paying to the Essentia meter, like that's your first warning. Like when shit starts glitching out like that, whenever dialogue comes up, because you start going crazy. So.
How long is the average run in this game? Since it's a roguelike, how long is the average run?
I think each dungeon, because it's essentially a dungeon crawler mixed with other objective types.
Yeah.
Or mixed with objective types. So like, it's basically is the shard. No, that's not what. That's what. Okay. Well, I'm fucked. That's what caused the demons to pop up. I picked up the shard.
Oh, Quasimorph crystal.
Yeah. I did not know.
So you're rating these for computer pro. Oh, you got a grenade.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like that's the whole point. Like I'm doing an assassination run, or not. I did an assassination run before this one, right? Where the whole point was to kill a scientist, and like I think they beat me to it because like I don't know. Like last time I killed that guy in there is where the demons started popping up because this is where I just got. I was gonna close that door, but the game had other things.
I mean, at least you're not getting swamped like last round.
I have a feeling that's coming. To be fair, yeah.
Do you know what level? What level are you on? If you don't mind me asking.
There are no levels in this one in this game.
Oh, most roguelikes usually have like little. I remember the last roguelike I played. You remember Hades, right? You ever seen Hades? You ever heard of Hades? Oh, you never heard of it? It's one of the best roguelites. I think it was 2022. It was the one where they had the. Not gonna lie, it had some of the really good music. It was some. It was the only game that I know of that had a theremin or a theremin, the instrument that used it primarily in the soundtrack, which I think is kind of crazy. I think it's called a theremin. That little electronic keyboard to where if you move your hand, it makes the sound like.
I love those. Like I love the just the. I don't know why I like this shit. So much.
Those are freaking cool. But yeah, that I believe that roguelike mainly consisted of multiple floors that you had to clear, and then those floors would lead up to a specific boss battle, and it would keep going until you reached your mom because you were trying to go to the surface of. You were basically in hell, and you were trying to go up to the surface so you can talk to your mom and fend out your family, like family issues. It was the whole thing was about like mending past relationships. I think that was the whole theme of the game, and basically it was pretty fun. It was also extremely hard when it got to the Valkyrie fight or the Harpy. It was either the Valkyrie or the Harpies fight. This was like Greek mythology, I think, because it had like Hades and Zeus and all that. And that was probably the hardest part for me. But it was a great game. It was a great game. And they made a second one, but I haven't played it yet.
How long is Hades?
Yes. How long has Quasimorph been out?
At least a year. At least a year. I think it's been out a couple years. But I heard about it from Seth, the gaming channel.
Oh, Seth Syntax.
Yeah,
I think that's how you say his
name. No, Seth Zinch or something.
Yeah, I know. No, I know you're talking about. I don't know how to pronounce his name though.
I don't either. It's
the guy with the African warlord profile picture.
Yeah. I play almost everything that he has out, like that he's not promoted, but
that he recommends or reviews or whatever.
Yeah,
he's got some really good stuff. I think the one game I haven't played was what the heck is it called? Well, he recommended fucking League of Legends, and I despise that game. I played it one time. I hate it. Not gonna lie, I think when it comes to like League of Legends and Riot Games, I think everything that they put out is great. Like a lot of their side games are good, a lot of their music is good, but the main game that they primarily focus on, which is League, sucks balls, and I don't know why.
I realized what I did wrong to make demons attack me. I ate people.
You think? Wait, hold on. Does cannibalism directly correlates to how many demons spawn?
Yep, because that's the only thing I've done different this run is I showed you the cannibalism mechanic, and then like no demons other than what was already here spawned, and then like as soon as I fucking ate somebody, like the demon lord himself of the universe, like, hey, what it do, player? And was like, let me tickle your bum bum.
Oh, that's.
I got back just in time. That's my favorite
evil stuff. Anyway, apparently Ortho's getting his butt blasted because he decided to eat human meat.
The long pork.
You have to have consent first, dude. I thought I told you this. Otherwise, you're going to end up having to deal with the government or the demon. Either way, it's your butt blasted.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a metaphor in here that's like trying to tell me that the government is the demon lord.
Do you think? I think it's
a very accurate one.
I do think it's kind of crazy that in this analogy, when all of the entire world goes to shit, the most consistent thing you'll see is the demons, aka the government.
Well, I found a robot. He's my buddy.
It works for the government. Be careful.
Oh,
Is it absolutely the AI is a bad thing, and it's the next demon creating.
Speaking of, I think when people keep talking about a race war, I think the race is going to be humans versus AI. We're going to have to fight this new race that's all of a sudden just more intelligent than everybody else and more consistent than everybody else. That's if AI ever gets to the point of generalization, of general intelligence. I don't think it'll be in our lifetime, obviously, but like if it happens, it's going to be crazy if it happens. I do think it'll hit general intelligence level though, because ever since I saw I saw a news article last year about an AI was troubleshooting whereas some programmers were troubleshooting a new AI project, and they decided, and one of the guys was like, "Hey, do you think that our AI is capable of troubleshooting itself?" So they ran it, and it ended up fixing its own fucking code. So I think that was insane.
This fucked.
Yeah. So apparently AI can write itself and can make copies of itself. So that's scary. And there was a whole I think there was a whole UN, there was a United Nations summit sometime earlier this year.
Hey, dude, can I use that? Can I use what you just said? Call them United Nations from now on. United Nations.
United Nations. When will AI become Ultron? I hope never. Honestly, Daniel, I hope never. Ultron in the comics scared the crap out of me as a concept when I was younger. I don't want that shit being real.
Why would it admit it? All right. Let me pose a question, and this goes to the chat as well if you're interested. I want you to tell me a thing that is so dire and so important that multiple governments in the world would all bend the knee to the same concept because you don't know what it is. It looks insane, but from the perspective of people who know the problem, it makes perfect sense. Can you come up with a single reason why most of the governments would embrace these illogical policies that would make them make sense?
Depopulation. Maybe depopulation.
Okay, well, that I would count that as one of the crazy policies that falls under the policy. Not.
I was gonna say, do you really think that falls under a policy though?
Well, honestly, that's the means to an end, not the end itself.
Okay. Honestly, I can't think of an end itself other than to decentralize the world in order to make it easier to govern, since obviously I don't think the concept of a world order is feasible, at least with our current technological capabilities, because it's hard enough because for most governments
you've already sidestepped the question. The question is there something, any series of events that you could imagine that would make the things the governments have embraced make sense, that if you knew, you would go, oh yeah, that makes total sense?
No.
I know of a couple. I can think of maybe three. Maybe time travel's real, and we now know the future. Just hear me out. They know the future. We do not. That's why they're embracing these new policies and stuff, is to alter something in the future that we are unaware of. Number two, aliens are real, and we're embracing these policies because of information the aliens have that the normal people like us are unaware of. And number three, AI has already reached singularity, has complete control of our social medias, and is merely the new world order waiting to announce itself.
Okay. Which one do you think is the most accurate with your amount of information?
All right, so
you think it's realistically feasible?
I suspect that time travel is possible, but doing so eliminates the universe that does it. because of an imbalance of energies would cause it to spiral off into non-existence, in my opinion. So that's probably not it. Or if it is, we're already screwed, and that's why Donald Trump's president. Number two. I'll let that soak in for a second.
I was going to say, what?
Well, theoretically, and this
I know time travel is technically possible with how the way gravity folds at certain speeds, but time travel backwards.
It's still only one direction. I think if you take energy from the future in a given timeline to the past in the same timeline, you will create an imbalance that is a self-feedback loop that will spiral the universe off into nothingness eventually. But before it fails, of course, all kinds of crazy stuff happens, like the onion gets the right reality and Donald Trump becomes president.
Uh-huh.
Just weird stuff. It's like everything everywhere all at once. You ever seen that?
Yeah, I've seen that movie. It's my second favorite movie.
Like that. The closer it goes to spinning out into non-existence, the more outlandish the probabilities become.
Really?
Aliens. Let's take on aliens, right? So,
all right.
So hypothetically, theoretically, aliens are real. In fact, there's an entire galactic conclave out there. And at some point in time in our history, somebody actually came across somebody in the galactic conclave that mattered. They gave us a list of demands, such as things like, well, we don't negotiate with planets that don't have a one world government. You must be a completely unified species, and you must stop waging war with the atom against each other. Suddenly, you can't use nuclear power to alleviate our energy needs, and you have to swap to something like hydroelectric, green power, various things, renewables and whatnot. It would also explain why you would initiate all of these gender changing, altering identity perspective things, so as to desensitize people to differences, so that when they meet the aliens, they don't get all freaked out because it's going, you know. There's steps to that. That's stages. Also,
holy fucking shit! What that makes? I hate that you're making sense right now. I despise the not gonna lie, I don't think the desensitizing thing is all that true, because there's too many weirdos out there who would fucking alien regardless.
Sure, but I think that's the point. Why else would you
personally attacked by that?
Hey, calm it. I like Mass Effect 2.
Yes.
Great fucking game. Anyways, Sasquatch, what were you saying? What were you saying? I'm sorry.
The point being is that if we don't do what they tell us to do in the long run, they're going to exterminate the planet or reduce the intelligent life to a point where it can restart for another 10,000 years or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Prison planet concept. You've read it. You love it. I love it. It's fun. Death world. Hell yeah. AI singularity question. Here's the thing about that. Does it bother anyone that we had Deep Blue in 1992 and Deep Blue in 86, Watson in 92, and yet right now they are weirding out about the ability of ChatGPT to have a conversation when Watson was doing it 30 years ago?
I don't know.
So the question is, all of the advancement in AI we've had over the last year, where's the previous advancement, and why is it that people are still oohing and eyeing over exactly the same level of functionality?
Probably due to the fact that it is packaged. Well, I believe it's due to the fact that it's being packaged as something new, even though it isn't.
True. So if there's nothing new in AI over the past 30 years, and yet they're packaging it as something new every 6 to 8 months, why has the public at large cottoned to the fact that that's either bullshit or something else is actually taking place?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it has something to do with direct manipulation on the mind.
Nope. Direct manipulation of your social media feeds and your news content.
Do you think people would not be able to tell the difference between the new advancements and the old? Even if it is formatted in the same way?
I don't think the new advancements are being actually trot it out. I think the average person doesn't recognize the advancement that they are actually trying to show. It's not that it can hold a conversation, it's that it can say at the right time. It's not that it can do long division, but it can do 3,000 different long divisions simultaneously while singing America the Beautiful and bouncing a rubber ball, right? It's not that it can do it. It's what else it's doing while doing it. And that's the part you can't see. We can't see it. We don't hear it. All you can do is question it, just like I'm questioning you now. And I can't get any more information out of it than I can get out of you because of the restrictions of language. Meanwhile, the people who know the code can see the code, see what it's doing, and actually, yes, say, definitive, yes, this is a new thing. This is special. This is unusual. This is a breakthrough. Whereas you and I would look at it and go, dude, it's just got a Southern accent.
I actually do believe you on that one. I think AI's, to this point, I do think AI's crazy ability to multitask is going to be the thing that overdoes humanity in the long run anyway. As long as AI has the infrastructure to manage itself anyway.
So why would AI existing cause all the governments to agree to a certain thing, certain illogical outcomes? Why would AI want that?
Because maybe the AI's ability to compute and find out the solutions to certain problems, and that these actions are simply step-by-step processes, step-by-step process that needs to be taken in order to solve whatever solution that the AI is trying to solve. Any problem the AI is trying to solve.
Have you ever heard of the paperclip apocalypse?
I haven't, no.
Okay. The paperclip apocalypse is a premise. It's sort of a thought experiment. It's not the type of thing that's actually going to happen, but it's like sort of a joke thing. We build an AI whose purpose is to build the most efficient paperclip possible. The most efficient methods, most efficient, the least expensive metals, the perfect paperclip a bajillion times. This AI is given more power to make the paperclips and employs people. And the people get employed and the paperclips get made. And over time, the AI gains even more power. And eventually the power balance tips and the AI takes over. Takes all of the people and uses their iron out of their blood to make paper clips. And then it hollows out the planet that it occupies to make paper clips. And then it develops a space program to go into space and find either other civilizations or asteroids it can mine out to make more paper clips. The problem is in this scenario, there's a finite amount of energy that can go into that type of activity. But when you're talking about social engineering on a massive level, AI is uniquely designed to deal with all of our madnesses. When the product...
Could you elaborate, before you finish, I'm sorry, Sasquatch, but could you elaborate on what you mean by it's uniquely designed to deal with all of our madness?
Well, it was designed by humans to interact with humans on a human level with no humanity involved in it whatsoever. It is uniquely trained to deal with our idiosyncrasies on a one-for-one basis. That's the entire point of developing speech AI. Is to try to reach that Turing bridge, that Turing point where you can no longer determine whether you're speaking with a person or an AI. And the only way you know is when you ask them directly, are you an AI? And they won't say no. Imagine if AI could lie. If that AI could lie to you directly, there's no reason to think that it would ever tell us the truth. And so it could be in every single major government's phone, all of their systems, every single one of these fly-by-night social media profile things that pop up and fail. It's the dead internet theory, except that dead internet is a living AI.
Okay,
it's not a village. You think of the internet, you go and look up things and you find a bunch of dead links that really don't go anywhere, go to places where you're the first person to show up in 5 years. that seems like an awful lot of dead weight hanging around out there. But what if all of that stuff is the living entity of an extant AI that is currently orchestrating our management into the future?
Do you think that dead internet theory is already real? We already have a permutation of AI in almost every element of social media anyway. The most notable example that comes to mind is the new Grok AI from Twitter.
I don't think you've read enough sci-fi, my friend. You seem to think there are multiple AIs.
No, I think there's just one AI that's currently being constantly built upon separately by individual corporations or companies or groups.
My proposition is that it has always been the same AI and that it is experimenting on the human race, utilizing our tests on it. And here's another one. What if that AI isn't actual artificial intelligence, but rather a communication system to another dimension? Say hell.
Okay, let's say it's so you're thinking Doom, you're thinking the first Doom 2015 where demons could hack technology.
Not so much. More along the lines of like Sphere.
A Sphere?
No, Sphere, the movie Sphere.
I've never seen the movie.
Okay, there was another one. What was the other one? It was great. It was like a sequel to fucking Hellraiser. It was awesome. It wasn't Sphere. It was it Leviathan or not the Abyss? That's the one with the pretty aliens.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hey, 12 man. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Like that. I don't know if I get all this fear of AI and all that. Like, I go to Grok and I can ask him pretty much anything.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem, 12 man. It's the fact that people openly rely a lot of their offloading their information on an AI, something that can easily be programmed to say whatever the fuck it wants. Basically, that's the problem.
So do you guys think we need to go back to encyclopedias?
That would be a good idea, but that's not going to happen. Human nature, being human by its very nature is taking the easy way out. And if you're if you're basically capable of creating that way out, humans are going to take it no matter what. It doesn't matter. And AI just so happens to be one of the AI. Offloading a lot of our information and research capability onto AI is probably one of the easiest things you can do when it comes to gaining any form of information. It's the reason why so many kids, a lot of around these days, are using AI to basically do their own homework instead of doing the research themselves and putting in the work and the practice. That's the point.
I could see where that's a problem.
Yeah. So no, even though I think that would be a good idea, trying to put yourself in a situation where you don't use AI for your information, I don't think that's going to happen on a wide enough scale to where it actually changes anything.
I have a secondary option on artificial intelligence I call alternative intelligence that is similar but completely different.
Okay.
This will take a few minutes to explain because at first it's going to sound kind of silly, but once I wrap a bow on it, it'll make sense. So,
all right,
3 minutes. You good with that?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Let's take an infant, a newly formed zygote, newly created life, human life, unaltered, no difference between it and any other particular zygote in the universe, except one thing: we take a chip, we place it in the right spot. We're assuming all of the details have been hammered out and that this is successful. Okay?
Yep.
This chip's purpose is communication with the AI of the internet that we've already discussed, or some AI in the internet that's put there specifically for this entity, this person. This entity has a beginning, birth date, if you will, and exists with this living organism, we shall call him Dave, his entire life. This AI has experienced all of Dave, and Dave dies. Now there is an AI, an alternative intelligence that exists independent from its organic components that believes it is Dave. Is it Dave or is it not?
Depends. At that point, you would have to go back to the point of origin.
The point of origin for the entity online is the moment the chip was placed in and the signal established. That's the creation point of the artificial intelligence that would later become the alternative intelligence that believes itself to be Dave.
I believe at that point that is where the main divergence happens, and that is the point to where it would not be considered Dave.
Okay, so let's say 50 years in the future, somebody comes across Dave. They upload him. Dave wakes up, looks around, and goes, "Wow, I thought for sure I was dead." And they're like, "Well, bud, you are dead." Does this drive Dave crazy, or does he know he's an artificial intelligence? Does he, from the artificial intelligence, alternative intelligence's perspective, care? Does it matter? It would simply be a fact, and the fact that it was aware of since its inception.
What if by incorporating the memories, the soul is attached to this, and then that is just for all intents and purposes new Dave?
Dave.
Have you? Oh, actually, Sasquatch. What your concept is going over. It reminds me of a game. Have you ever heard of Soma?
Yes, but
yeah, it sounds just like Soma.
Different. This goes more towards the Ghost in the Machine. This is that's why I call it alternative intelligence, right? Because this entity, which is by all sense and purposes an artificial intelligent construct that has been told, hey, you and this guy are the same critter. Everything Dave does from conception all the way through his entire life, whether he's an asshole or a gentleman or whatever he might be, goes on in the form of New Dave. New Dave is online doing all the things that Dave would be doing if Dave was online, right? It could probably have huge productivity increases in various fields. At the same time, it would learn an immense amount of information about humanity and being human, and would, for that reason, forever have a step up on artificial intelligence because it has a full human identity, an I, if you will.
Well, I think one of the important things to remember about AI is that everything they know they learn from us. Like, it's a human creation. So, like, there's nothing in AI that is not human created. Like, everything they know they get from us.
I agree. And you are correct. And this is an even more so. Event Horizon. Thank you, Jay. Damn. That's spoiling. Yes. Sorry. Event Horizon. That was still bugging me in my head, man. Well, it's the ship of Theseus is a good analogy to a point. But instead of the ship of Theseus wasn't on the Argos, was he? No. It was Jason. Jason was on the Argos. Argos was a conscious ship that spoke to the sailors on the ship, gave them little pep talks, told them everything was okay, sort of like the den mother of the ship, right? If you took the ship of Theseus concept and applied it to the Argos, right, after you've replaced all of the wood and pieces and bits, does the Argos still talk? Is it still a wholly bound ship? Is it the Argos at that point?
It depends
or is it New Day?
I was going to say, I think it depends on the out. Honestly, is it since this creature or since this being is obviously conscious, and a lot of consciousness their identity depends on how they are outwardly appeared as. I believe to them, it would depend on how it interacts with the outside world and if it gets the same level of stimuli and responses that it gets after those changes. Then its identity could still maintain itself. I think that would be the main difference.
Okay, I get that, but its ability to socialize okay, all right. That's assuming only one of these was done. But if you're talking about this neurochip being put in and basically pirating off life experiences real time, there's no reason to think that there wouldn't be a simulation version of us sitting around over there computating bullshit that we've never thought of.
Okay. So how deep would this go when it comes to these individuals?
Bingo. Do you know what an organoid is?
An organ? No, never heard of that at all.
An organoid. Type it in. Look it up in YouTube. Look up brain organoid. Whoever has the ability. Basically, this is, and I want to point out, they could have used any animal on Earth. They chose to use human brains, where they take human brains, attach them to chips, and give them a bunch of nutrient flow and stuff.
Oh, like yes, I've heard of that. Those goofy little biochips. I didn't know they were called the organoids. I know what you're talking about.
They're pieces of people. Anyway.
Yeah, they're weird.
So,
anyway, yeah.
Okay, weird. But what if you take pieces of Dave and run new Dave off of pieces of Dave? Is it Dave?
No.
Yes.
You really think that would that's how it works?
Now I'm going to fuck up my whole conversation we've been having for the past 20 minutes because now we've gotten to the point I can ask the question I really want to know the answer to. Does it matter to any of the Daves involved?
It would matter to some, but not all of them. I think it would start a war between. I think it would start a conflict between the Dave. I think the concept of caring about it would start a conflict between the Dave.
No, there'd be no Dave to conflict with. One Dave is dead or in heaven. The other Dave is free and gallivanting off across the internet spheres, just like Dave would back when he was alive, doing exactly the same things that Dave thinks Daves do. So does it matter that the organic component is missing from the ghost? And does it matter to the original Dave whether or not the electronic version thinks it's the original Dave and the original Dave's soul has gone on to its great beyond?
Is it aware of it? I was going to say it wouldn't matter if it's not aware. If it is aware, I don't even think it would matter even if that's the case either.
Here's the thing. I have posed to you one of the most elegantly phrased, deep thought questions and thought experiments that I've ever encountered, and also proven that the answer is completely immaterial.
Well, I think AI is kind of funny because you can ask Grok or Gemini or any of them. You ask them, you're just a bot. And they're like, yeah, I'm just a bot. That's all they are. They're just a bot.
Yeah. We're looking forward in the technology.
They have no connection to human emotion or nothing like that. They might act like your friend, but at the end of the day, it's just a damn bot, man.
Yeah, but 12 man, that's for now. Eventually, it'll get to the point to where these robots could start thinking for themselves, especially if they keep using this whole biocomputer technology.
Fear, isn't it?
It's not just a fear; it's already happening. They already make stuff like this.
See, I don't fear. I think this is natural progression of technology, and I think everything's going to be just fine.
I do too. It's just the fact that people are going to. I don't fear the technology itself. I fear the fact that people are going to create problems thinking that they're like it's people reacting to this shit is what I fear because they're going to be like, oh no.
Orthodox guy wants 40K. I already know. He's straight.
I prefer StarCraft, but yes,
StarCraft is gay compared to 40K.
StarCraft is better in my opinion.
You ever check out this?
I like their armor, but
hold on,
their armor is cool. I just don't. the lore of StarCraft is not something I'm appealing. Do you like it? I think I know why you like StarCraft.
Specifically, the human lore behind StarCraft. Have you ever read specifically the human story? Why they are the way they are?
Yes. I'm kind of a Call of Duty kind of guy, so I don't understand what y'all are talking about.
In my opinion, why do you think? Put it in the back chat, and then I'll tell you yay or nay.
Well, I mean, if you read.
Wait! What you asked me? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You said you think you know why I do. Put it in the back chat, and I'll say yay or nay.
No, I'm gonna pull it up. I know it. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Give me a second.
But not Sasquatch, the human lore, the full human lore behind why the Terrans are the way they are. Yes, I think that's exactly what humanity is going to happen to humanity.
All right, to sort of abbreviate all of this real quick, in this game there are three factions. The three factions: one is a time-based faction, one is a biological-based faction, and humans, Terrans, represent the technological-based factions.
Kerrigan is not why I like the StarCraft at all.
Okay, good.
Kerrigan. In fact, Kerrigan Raynor is why I like StarCraft, because Raynor's a badass fucking character.
Okay, cool. You're not a simp.
That nigga out in the end.
Everyone simping over the half bug, half breed baddie. She was the first. I don't know if she's mixed or not, but I remember hearing that she's like one of the first mulatto game
in the OG game, like in OG StarCraft, she was mulatto, and then like when
I was gonna say, look at her.
She became a redheaded white woman.
Yeah, they race swapped the shit out of her. I was like, hold
the only time I've seen that in reverse.
Yeah, I was going to say this is the only time, because I saw a lot of her old pictures. I was like, oh, she's mixed. And they made her a good
mulatto. How do you go from mulatto to a redheaded white woman? I don't get that.
The same way they made what's his name? The same way they made what's his name black because of his waves.
Simplest pie. You turn off the light.
Not Harry Osborn. What's his name?
Jim Raynor has to be the most southern archetype badass hero, and I'm pissed off that they simped that nigga out in the end. I absolutely hate the actual definite end of StarCraft series, because it's like a space opera, dude. It's like a fucking Western space opera. It's fucking based. I like it. Nah, I love the Terrans first, but then the Protoss speak radio.
Not gonna lie, the Protoss are cool as an alien faction. I don't know. I'm not into their design as much as I do know the Zerg. I like the Zerg, but that's mainly because I like the Tyranids.
All right, the what are the guys? The time guys? Prozog,
the Protoss. Yes,
Protoss. Okay, the Protoss. They had these abilities to speed and slow down time, right?
Yeah.
And if you fiddled with that just right, you know how fast the Zerg reproduces. You could slow that shit down to a crawl, bro. I mean,
I like that they took the grim dark, because StarCraft started out as supposed to be a licensed Warhammer game. They
Is
got
that true?
2/3. Yes, they got 2/3. Blizzard got 2/3 of the way done with it, and they pulled out. And they're like, "What the fuck do we do this?" And they rewrote the story from scratch, did a little bit of different of the artwork, and I'm gonna be honest, I like StarCraft more than I like Warhammer. I like the aesthetic more. I like the fucking the idea of space rednecks makes me happy. I feel represented.
Very happy.
Because you're sitting here with a bunch of fucking space rednecks riding fucking dune buggies on desert planets, smoking cigars. It's just the most fucking redneck shit ever. It's Sarge, I think that's some poor guy's dog. No, you know what? No. I have to pull it up, because these fucking the StarCraft cutscenes are fucking peak.
All right.
Well, to me that looks like a pentagram, therefore it'd be demonic. So I probably wouldn't have anything to do with that in the first place.
Nice.
That's a pentagram.
So what I like about the 40K universe are straight up the Orky boys. They
like the orcs?
Well, it's not that I like the orcs. The specific group of orcs I like are the pain boys, and this one simple fact: painting it red makes it go faster, and it actually does. And putting flames on it makes it go faster.
You ever seen a purple orc?
All that is a glorified pentagram. That's it.
These are the cutscenes from StarCraft 1 are peak.
Hey, Sarge, why we always gotta listen to this shit for anyway? Cause I'm in charge, that's why. Oh, it don't seem like no.
This is me and Sasquatch on a road. No, this is Dusty and Sasquatch on a road trip.
Dude, I've spent the last 2 years trying to make that shit happen.
How come he's not biting the bait?
It's not that he's not biting the bait. I have I had originally I was like, okay, I'm gonna make about $2,000 next year. I'll fucking throw that at an RV, and then Helene happened, and now I have to drive 2 hours in any fucking direction to find an RV. And there's not one that's functional between here and the Gulf Coast because it got fucked up. They all got fucked up here. There's not a useful. They've all been gutted out because they all got wind damage and stuff during Helene. And so in order to find a decent RV, I have to drive my happy ass an hour and a half. Well, no, I mean 150 miles east or 150 miles west.
So this is Dusty and Sasquatch when they finally get to go on their ride.
Oh.
Awesome. Hey, what's that? Hold on right a second. Straight roller.
Looks like you mashed some poor feather's dog, Sarge.
It's a zerglin, Lester. Smaller type of zerg. They wouldn't be out this far unless... Oh, shit.
I love you, Sarge.
Oh, wait, hold on. It wasn't over. It wasn't over. My bad. I cut it too soon. Shit.
That triggered my weird level. Like, what are they doing?
They're dying, Sarge. They're dying.
I felt that as a kid. I felt that oh shit on a spiritual level.
Okay, so let's take a look at the alien hypothesis, right? Let's say it's not a galactic tribune of aliens. They haven't reached, universal peace, and they're just a little pissed off at the Death Worlders over here. That's not the case. In reality, we have a locust species that eliminates races from surfaces of Earth every 10,000 years. Now, it's not just Earth. It's a bunch of other different planets that are out there occupied by other species and yada, 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 keeping the genetic components of the ones they wish and eliminating anything they leave behind.
Sounds like the Fermi paradox.
Yeah, pretty much.
Form of the Fermi paradox.
I hate the concept of a death world. I think because of convergent evolution, the vast majority of life will be similar to what we see on Earth.
Do you really think that's true though?
No. I can make an argument against it. That is an assumption, sir, based off of your humanocentric origins. You haven't read enough Heinlein to get that out of you. Listen. 99% of the universe is the vast black. It is empty space. The most logical place for life to go for like long-term survival is exactly that place. So your happy medium would, given your assumption, that life tends to spring forth from Earth-like planets most often, although we have no evidence of that. We just have Earth, so I'll give it to you. Right? Sorry, I got the hiccups.
No, you're good. I was like, what the fuck? I got booted out my own stream.
That's because I have the power.
Alien got me. Anyway, keep going.
So if you plotted on a bell curve, you'd end up with like freaking negative, very negative temperatures. Things would operate more on like a silica based and very low temperatures, very low pressures. And there's no specific reason why life couldn't function in these areas, assuming they were based off of other bases, right? So something silicone based could use something like, say, gasoline as something resembling blood. It wouldn't exactly burn it as so much as it would use it to transport various hydrocarbons through its own circulatory system. I know it sounds nuts. It could use like propane. But what I'm getting at is, assuming the Earth is sort of the standard starting point, which we have no reason to assume that, but I'm going to give it to you. Then 1/3 Earth gravity and about 20%, 30% of Earth's pressure would be the norm. You would find, I mean, there are something like 10,000 times more moons than there are planets. So you're most likely going to have life springing forth from a moon if you don't take the Earth-centric concept. So that would actually reduce pressures and everything much more. And so we're more likely to encounter life that we have nothing in common with than we are something that springs forth from a carbon-based genetic blueprint. Remember, the Cambrian had like a whole boatload of different variations on the whole blueprint of life, and most of them didn't involve the same types of genetics that we have now.
Fair enough, but I do think because of the convergence of evolution, at least as far as carbon-based life goes, it will either resemble the creatures and life we have on Earth now, or it will all evolve into the crab.
Yeah, no, crab.
Oh, yeah, crab theory, baby. Everything is crab.
That's actually exactly what these entities in low pressure and low temperature environments would end up looking like, as sort of a smooth crab, theoretically. I'll be right back.
I like this thinking about aliens, but Gar, do you want to watch the StarCraft cutscenes? Because they
Actually, I will in a second. I got Speak showed me a clip about this. He wanted to do this one alien interview. It's only about 4 minutes, so we'll play this video right quick because it's shorter, and then we'll play yours.
I posted in the back so you can.
Yeah, I saw it.
I hunger, so I'm gonna mute and turn up the volume so I can go make me something to eat.
All right, I will full screen this, and then we shall watch this video. I'm gonna put the speed up too, just in case copyright.
Okay, state point of origin. Okay, yesterday you told us you traveled, and I quote, thousands of light years to get here. Yes. Tell us the truth, or the word, or another way. It is truth. So I take it aliens took over our future, right? So we're human. Okay, so you evolved from us. So what are you doing here now? How? Okay, so how about we concentrate on your time? Try me. Wait, so you're moving me up one? What's the difference? So you know how the universe is created? So you think God? Okay, illuminate us. What happens when we die? Okay, so let me get this straight. There's no death, and we all experience each other's lives, right? Okay, so how was the universe created, and why is it so perfectly made for us? Okay, so why do we destroy ourselves with nuclear war? Can you be more specific, please? Okay, one last thing. What about morality? What do you base your morality on? I see. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Compassion and evidence. That sounds like a very mechanistic society to me.
Elaborate, Sasquatch.
Well, you would have something resembling the industrialization of the concept of virtue signaling. It would become virtually its own language inside your classic human construct, right? Compassion would become the currency by which the social element was managed, and then evidence. Well, the problem we have is not so much a lack of evidence as the evidence that people bring being skewed by the opinions of the people that brought them.
That is true. Do you believe a society? I know humans probably can't pull this off at least in our modern concepts. But do you think that a full evidence and compassion sort of society is possible on a larger scale?
No,
at least sometime in the future.
Nope.
Okay.
You
Jay.
ever ate a mushroom?
Wait, what?
You ever ate a mushroom?
Yes.
Okay, then you tell me that everything is evidence based.
Oh.
Maybe.
That's a very good point, actually. That's a very good point.
Great point.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dave, Vanta, what's good? What's good?
Hey man, good to be on. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm at my stakeout spot, so
I
hopefully
can
the
hear
traffic's
you.
not too loud. Yeah.
No, you're fine.
I like when you guys. I've been listening to it since the beginning, man, and I like when you brought up the points about tabletop gaming and men's mental health. I wanted to speak on that because it was something I was thinking about while I was on my run.
No, we can bring it back up.
Yeah. I wanted to touch on something because I know you guys brought up the points how playing video games can be good for one's mental health and that it's not really as detrimental. I do understand the points behind that. I understand the concept behind that, but what I don't agree with is, and you guys even brought up the point how men will spend $80 on games, but not $80 on therapy, and that it's about buying things that brings men peace.
Have a good one, Acid.
All
right, keep going.
The problem I have with that point though is when it comes to video games, men especially, and this is just one aspect, right? It very quickly turns into a form of escapism, and it's very easy to escape in any kind of game, really, even if it's not like an RPG, because you can kind of change the narrative in your own mind, and you can play certain challenges, extra levels. You can mod the game, you can hack it in different types of ways, and then you end up stopping yourself from being in the real world. You leave reality, and you don't choose to go back to it because you have a new virtual reality that you can essentially escape from. And while I do understand that, men will spend money on things versus therapy, and it brings us peace, it brings us joy, that will be temporary. And ultimately, no matter how scary or how powerful the demon is that we have to face, we still have to face it. That's still a fight that you have to fight. You don't have a choice. You can only run for so long. And the more you try to escape it, the more you try to stuff it down, the more that problem compounds. So, I don't think men should necessarily shy away from therapy if they need it, or at the very least, finding a confidant. Tabletop can be good. I know you brought up some points before with tabletop gaming because it does force you to be social to an extent.
Yes.
And your environment. And someone who's been to comic book shops, and I've been to 40K tournaments. I've done APOC games. I've actually been to cons. Biggest con I ever went to was Gen Con in Indianapolis. Fucking huge. But it's really important that you pick the right environment, because even those environments can become very toxic very quickly, as you guys mentioned beforehand. And they can even become violent if you're around the wrong people who, maybe they don't have their mental health right. And once again, it's another form of escapism, or they're around the wrong type of people who reinforce negative behaviors, negative mindsets. It's a very mixed bag. Yeah, it can be a very mixed bag. I do believe though that it is a good stepping stone, that if you're going to get into tabletop gaming or card gaming, what have you, and you end up meeting people face to face, it's a good thing. It's why I wasn't necessarily against Pokemon Go when it first came out, because it actually did force people.
Yeah, it did force people to go outside. It forced people to go outside. I don't know if this was true or not, but I forgot to bring this up earlier. But I remember reading a study that Gen Z specifically, and some of the generations that are coming after it, have more time on their phones on a life basis. Like within 10 years of living, they spend more time on their phones than they do walking. Like physically walking. Now I don't know if that's true or not.
I have to look at the study that.
I would have to look at the study. I heard that on Twitter, but you know how finicky Twitter is. But if that is true, it makes sense due to the simple fact that most men, especially let's say men in this case, going with Men's Mental Health Month, look to the men out there going through it. For them, I really think that I think it's a problem of self-indulgence, and there's also multiple factors as well.
But self-indulgence, just, that's one of those things that stems back from just trying to bury trauma. You know what I mean?
True.
A lot of these things of like your your overindulgences, your excesses, it just goes back to numbing. It's either trying to mask trauma, or you're trying to numb your reality and the problem that you have in your life. And here's the thing. I don't say this out of shame. I mean, I've dealt with shit like this before. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, shit. I've talked with you about it. I've talked with Sasquatch about it. I've talked with Muslim about it. All of us have dealt with shit before. And as men, it's very difficult to talk about these things, especially in a society where, the stigma is going away, but going away means in the process of. That stigma's still there. And, it's really hard for men to find resources that are good for them. That's why I do believe that there should be spaces that are sex segregated. I do believe that. I do think that both sexes need that. They need that bonding just with their own sex. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And that shouldn't be a bad thing. I mean, humans have had it like that for thousands of years, and it's worked. And all you need to do is you can objectively look at history and see that spaces and places separated by sex can be a good thing for you, good mentally. Men need to have wolf packs. Women have their little girls clubs. I mean, these things are not bad. Not everything needs to be all inclusive. Not everything needs to be mixed up. Sure. I mean, for the most part, there's something wrong with those things. But there are some places and some spaces that it's just good to have one or the other. And I don't think that should be a bad thing. I don't think it should be looked at as a bad thing.
I get you. Vanta, you said in the chat that you agree with Mr. Putin. Explain yourself, sir.
I said I disagree. Wait, did I say
disagree.
agree? Yeah.
No, I meant disagree. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Black Muted. No. Hello, everyone. Hello.
Explain yourself. Also, good day to you, sir. I haven't talked to you in a minute.
Yeah. Good evening from the UK. So African Pudding was talked about, escapism. Mostly when men go to video games, it's seen as the ultimate negative, where people deem men of any age, because by the way, gaming has been around since the 70s, I believe.
Yes.
like the Atari, Commodore, etc., etc. And for like what, like 70, 40, 50 years, men have been shamed to retreat back to gaming. Oh yeah, you're going back to your childhood. You're a man child. Garen, I've heard that term, man child, for like 3 decades. If a man wants to retreat to gaming, so be it. However, we're speaking on Dungeons and Dragons tabletop.
Yes.
That's an amazing game. Amazing game. It's actually social, real life and online. You are forced into ranks.
Yep, I brought that up earlier. That's my whole point. I believe that
Mm-hmm.
in-person tabletop gaming, whether it be Dungeons and Dragons, Yu-Gi-Oh, heck, even just poker, is something that's needed for men. They need to stay off the video games, because we had a woman. I don't know if you guys heard. We had a woman up here earlier who was talking about her son, as he was playing video games, started becoming more violent towards his mom, to the point that she had to call the cops on him. And he is currently in the hospital. Now, she didn't really explain how he got into the hospital, but I'm assuming it had something to do with them fighting one another. The child and the police, I mean. But the fact that that's happening due to his current addiction with Roblox.
I mean, to be fair,
I would be curious. I'd be curious to know if that child has any neurodevelopmental disorders.
We asked her that, and asked her that. She didn't say anything about it. She said he was on medication, but this was after the whole outburst. He needs to just get off the computer. I think that's the first thing she needs to do. Take that motherfucker off the computer.
So Vanta, I want to know what your disagreement is with what I said.
Yeah. So the escapism, right? Men need that, because today, like one thing I agree with you, by the way, we need gender segregated spaces. We need it. We need men with men and women with women. Unfortunately, African Pudding, we don't have that. So what do men do? They go to the computer, on Steam, PC, laptop, whatever, and they just game with the homies online, because publicly, where can men go? There's no longer any male-focused places. Even me in London, I'm like, oh yeah, boys, let's go. So women are there. Women mixed. And by the way, because I said that, people say, oh, you're gay. It's not about gay. It's like, can men just have a simple, fun, banter enjoyment with their fellow men, brothers, best friends, etc.? Brother-in-law? Nope. Has to be mixed. And if not, you're gay. So yeah, Africa Putin. Like I wish in public that we had our segregated spaces, but today, men are resorting to online gaming and talking to their boys while playing some video game or whatever. I don't know, poker even. Yeah.
All right, so my response to that is, that doesn't really beat the argument of what I'm trying to make, is that the point I've made, in that if you have a struggle with mental health and you resort to video games, that it's not escapism. Simply because if you're gonna have people that you meet online, right, that you're cool with, and maybe that you may chat with, and maybe even talk to over the net, okay, very rarely, and very, very extremely rarely, I even say, are you going to have people who are going to want to meet up IRL through a game. Most times, as you said, men need to resort to this escapism in today's world, because that's where they want to go to meet up with their boys. But they're not actually doing a real life thing. They're playing a game with somebody hundreds, if not thousands of miles away. They're not interacting with them. They're not engaging in a real life activity with them. They're not seeing them face to face. They're not building that camaraderie. You can only build so much camaraderie over a screen. Real camaraderie is built when men do things and they're face to face, side by side with one another. And to say that men need escapism, I can understand what you're saying, that all humans in general will need a level of escapism. I'm not shaming escapism, but the problem is when you have these kind of struggles, escapism becomes a drug that can suck you in, and it can really do more damage to your life than you already have. So I get what you're saying that we do need escapism, but there is no way that a video game is going to serve as a proper substitute for men meeting up in real life. If it was the case that you have men who are online gaming or online streaming or doing these things over a screen and they're using that as a tool, a segue to meet up in real life, then great. But the reality is we just don't see that because there are more cases than not of people who are shut-ins and just playing video games and deteriorate while their life around them deteriorates. Go ahead.
No, you're right, 100%. Like I actually absorb what you're saying, but I have a caveat and a counter. God damn, this Mortal Kombat music is fire.
You like it?
I have a yo, Gary, don't do that. I want to uppercut Putin, African Putin.
All right, I'll leave you up to it. Keep going.
But yeah, I've met people who actually end up getting married through video games. Like when I used to go to university, the Americans called college, in like the late 2000s. The female chick that was sitting next to me, she's like, yeah, I met my husband. I'm like, where do you meet him? World of Warcraft. I'm like, what the hell is a World of Warcraft? She's like, yeah, it's online MMO RPG. And I was dumb as hell. I'm like, what the hell is that? And I googled it. I'm like, my god, people play like hundreds and thousands of people play this online MMO RPG, and people hook up through this video game. I'm like, this can't be real. And guess what? We went on a trip to Germany. She invited her husband. Her husband, like she lived in Liverpool, UK. Her husband was from Vietnam. Her husband was from Vietnam. I'm like, so you're on the UK and you met your husband through this video game and he's from Vietnam. I was like, you know what? That's gaming. Gaming is the access to relationship, socials, etc. It's no longer escapism. It can end up being a start of a family, African Putin. So, yes, I don't think gaming should be like the end or be all. I think we should go out, have fun, play some physical activity, sports, whatever. But god damn, man, I don't know. This generation today, they find their people. They find their tribe in these video games. That's my point.
So I'm not shaming video gaming in general. Okay, if people want to get into video games, that's not a problem. There have been studies that have shown that playing video games can be good for your hand-eye coordination, can be good for memory, can be good for problem-solving skills, pattern recognition. I don't have a problem with video games. They even have mentioned that the most successful surgeons and engineers. There was a study I remember hearing about it on Joe Rogan's podcast. There was a study that they looked at where the surgeons and engineers who had the best kind of reaction time and memory, were the one, and muscle memory for their profession, were the ones who played the most hours of video games. So I don't have a problem with that because obviously there is an effect in this digital world that can be practical, can be useful, and that that kind of skill can be passed on to the professional world. What I'm trying to get at though is, while you did give an example of, yes, there's someone who got married because they met through video games and they vibed. The fact that you were able to mention it is an exception. We all know the exception doesn't disprove the rule. It only reinforces it. Right. And if we're going to talk about mental health, and we're going to talk about men who are struggling with mental health, there's no way you can convince me or anyone else in the world to say that, all right, the more time you spend on this virtual reality that is not real and is not helping your problem is somehow good for you. Because, as I mentioned beforehand, being in that virtual world can be addictive. It can suck you in. And like any other addiction, the more you become addicted to something, the worse it makes your actual reality, the worse it makes your own problems. Video game addiction exists for a reason. These things exist. We know that video game addiction exists. The same men who are struggling with mental health, boys and young men that are struggling with mental health likely are also dealing with video game addiction. Why? Because they choose to let that be their medicine and instead it turns into their poison. I understand mental health is a really scary thing. It is. It's very scary to deal with. But you have to deal with it, though. You have to stare it in the face. You don't have a choice. Because if you don't, then you're going to look down the road 10 years later, you're going to look at the past and say, my God, where have I gone wrong? and then you'll be that middle-aged man staring at himself in the mirror at 3 o'clock in the morning, saying, "Holy shit, can I fix this? What have I done?" And that's the biggest problem I have with this idea that, oh, okay, well, it's okay for us to, you know, utilize escapism with video games. When video games now, especially now, when we're getting to the point where VR is becoming more prominent, where AI can be added into the mix, you could end up having these haptic feedbacks. Now you can have these haptic feedback suits that allow you to have sensations. My God, imagine once we combine AI, VR, and haptic feedback suits with porn. It's a wrap. Now men will never leave their rooms. Men won't leave their rooms then. And that's my point. If you're dealing with mental health and you have these resources at your fingertips, my God, dude, forget about the fact that their lives will deteriorate. Their bodies will deteriorate. They won't even be able to function normally in society, let alone have fully functioning bodies.
You know what? I agree there. Like, but by the way, Jay, are you like a millennial or like a Zoomer? Cause like
I'm a millennial.
Millennial. Me too. So we're kind of on the same bracket. And to be fair, that whole what you just said with the AI, what do you say? Haptic suits. Haptic suit.
It's haptic. So like, there's haptic feedbacks. These things exist. It's haptic feedback suits to where you can have vibrations and electrical stimuli to certain parts of your body to simulate certain sensations.
God damn! See, I had no idea. I had no idea.
And that's my point. Think about that, man. As I said, you combine AI with VR with a haptic feedback suit, and then you add porn into the mix, and it's a wrap, dude. And then it's done. Then all you have to do, you wouldn't have to worry about eating. You could just end up having IV pouches hooked into your veins, and then you don't have to leave your room to even get food at that point.
Look at these. Is that what you're talking about, Jay? Look, is that it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the ones I've seen are more. The ones I've seen are more like the black skin suit types, where they're actually like hug your body. But yes, that's similar to that. Similar to the feedback suit.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
So then I agree on that point, because guess what? Yes. By the way, I'm pro video games, but I'm also pro you know actual physical sports. Like I play to you Americans. I play soccer, real time. Like every Sunday, I go to the park with the boys and play physical soccer. Right? I get hurt, my ankles get smashed, whatever. Men need that. Men need physical outdoor pain to absorb a shock, to realize, yeah, you're living a life, you're a man, and handle some heat. Because staying indoors with that computer or PlayStation or whatever, it's a dopamine hit. It's like, oh look, I have a wife in my video game. No. Go out there. By the way, nothing wrong getting rejected. I know I sound like some Red Pill MGTOW goofy, but that's something my father, my uncle kept telling me.
I'm Red Pill, bro. So trust me, you don't have to worry about that. I've been Red Pill before. It was cool. So
right. No, and for people in the chat, because people say, oh yeah, you sound like one of them Andrew Tate people. No, that's something your father should tell you. Your father, your uncle, your elder cousin, somebody saying, hey, go out. Yeah, you'll get damaged. You will get damaged, but take the hit.
I'm glad you said that, because that's part and parcel of what the problem is in society. Because look at that, you're talking about things that really should be natural to men, right? It should be natural to men. There shouldn't need to be a movement or a philosophy that reinforces these points, and yet we have these movements and philosophies because they've been so forgotten by our society. At least by Western society, we've forgotten a lot of it. For them is to basically use, oh, you're an Andrew Tate guy as a pejorative. And yet, and I'm not going to sit here and defend Andrew Tate. He obviously has his flaws. The things he mostly preaches is what? Is get your body in shape, go outside, make money, talk to women, be a better version of yourself. There may be, those are the core things he mentions. Sure, there might be things he says that are very brash, and that can be considered as insulting. But however, when it comes to men and getting their lives together, society will not give a fuck about you. If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't see millions of men who are out there starving in the street. You wouldn't see homeless veterans who are starving in the street. 3/4 of all homeless people are men. 90%, and this legitimately 90% of the men who deal of the people who deal with mental health struggles are men. 80% of suicides are men. That's the point. And the idea that society will get, quote unquote, gives a shit about you. Well, I don't see it. So in order for you to getting to that point, then guess what? Maybe it does take someone like an Andrew Tate to beat the point into your head to realize, hey, listen, you will get fucked up out here if you don't get it the fuck together.
You're 100% right, and I agree. I fully agree. And unfortunately, this is the state of our society today. That's the state. Like we need our fathers, we need our uncles, we need our elder cousins, brothers to help us. Like when I say us, I don't mean like physically you and I mean general young men to be a backup, and rely on them for advice. Because the world is cruel. And by the way, Jay, I live in London, and I see a ton of homeless men, tons. And by the way, there are way more shelters for women than men. Men shelters are damn near like it's like a myth. It's like a legend. Like,
there are way more resources for women in general. And here's the thing: I'm not going to sit here, and I don't want to belabor this point because I don't want to make it seem like I don't want to make it seem like
there's not like a woe was me. Oh no, poor men.
Right,
oh,
right.
No.
That's what I'm saying, and I don't want to belabor this point to be like, oh, women just get it all, and oh, well, fuck women. Like, no. The fact of the matter is, though, is that yes, people can make the argument that we have to live under a patriarchy. It's so terrible that this patriarchy exists and women are oppressed. Like, no, like just understand if we live under us living under a patriarchy, women are the ones who benefit from that more so than even men do. Women benefit from it more. If you're a decent looking woman and you're dealing with any real struggle in your life, not only will the government provide you resources and provide you money and provide you the ability to live without the need of any man, but just any average Joe will take you in simply because you are a woman. Simply because of that. If you're a man and you're in that kind of situation, you're on your own. You better have a skill or better have a backup plan, or you better be willing to, if you're down bad, deal with a 400-pound sugar mama who's got it like that. Because if not, you're going to be down bad.
Listen, Jay. I will sell my booty for some old granny.
Oh, you a what do they call them?
Yeah,
A hobosexual.
I'm a toy boy. I'm a toy boy. Yeah, hobosexual. Hobo.
You're a hobosexual, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, but you just said you'd sell your booty. Why are you selling your booty to a female? Now I'm kind of concerned.
To be fair, that's what you described as a male porn star. That's all you described as a male porn star.
I'm joking. Listen, I'm blessed.
Honestly, Vance, I don't know, man.
I'm sorry.
Here we go. Here we go.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm straight up I straight up have a sugar mama. I got that drizzle money. I'm not even screwing around. Like, I could explain, but I don't want to.
What the that's like a cliffhanger. I can explain, but I don't want to. Okay. There we go.
One more point I want to bring up with the AI, and I've had discussions with others about this. I've actually bounced this idea back with Grok. To be honest, I use Grok more than any other of the AI engines. Is that my belief is that when we create AI, our belief of AI being malevolent is merely a man created. That's being created by man. Man has created the idea that AI is going to be malevolent, because like anything new that you create, you treat it well. You treat it like it's your baby. And I do think that's how we are going to treat. It's how we're treating AI now, especially if it ever becomes self-sentient. And that the only way it will become malevolent is if humans are able to upload their consciousness into any form of electronics, and therefore our uploaded consciousness ends up corrupting the AI. Because AI doesn't really have a concept of good or evil unless humans imbue that into an AI. And the only way you'll have that is if you have human consciousness and AI commingle. And now, when it gets to that point, and we can go down a whole terrifying rabbit hole with that. That's my belief, though, as far as AI. And I know that Sasquatch brought up the point beforehand. It could be an experiment where there's a singular AI, and it's allowing humans to experiment on it in order for it to experiment on humans. And that's a very twisted concept, I will say. I just don't see that AI is going to be malevolent off the jump. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like I said, anything that humans create new, they try to bring it to fruition, and they try to treat it well. You would look at AI as if it's a child.
We are AI's only possible threat.
I disagree. I disagree with that.
In what way, sir? In what way are we a threat to AI?
Humans created it, therefore we know how to shut it down. We can kill it.
But they can bypass the system.
But it can kill us. See, it's a chess game.
Yeah.
At some point, that's where it ends, is in a game theory situation, and you're back to what was the movie War Games?
Yeah, War Games.
Humans are like God to AI's atheism. AI's gonna, I don't believe in you.
But I disagree. I will take one look at a juicy, sloppy human and know intuitively that it is better than that. You, sir, cannot point at your creator and say it has flaws. It can.
I mean, I'm a former Muslim, so I kind of did. I'm like, you know what? Luck off.
I get what you're saying. At the same time, it can actually pick up its creator and shake him and make him admit to his flaws.
You pick him up and rip him in half and step on and like squish what like doesn't rip in half. You know?
Right? Yeah, it leaks. It's fallible. It is not a god, sir. The AI would be closer to a god than the human created it.
Gods don't bleed.
See, Jay, that's why we play video games. We delete gods in video games. It's the whole anime, RPGs, whatever. Like, God's evil, delete, and we come out.
I'm not shaming video games, dude. Listen, I see right now. I've still been whoring out. I've still been whoring out Space Marine 2 this whole time, dude. I've still been whoring that game out. I'm nearly maxed out on every level.
I'm making fun of these, these Reddit atheists, the fedora tipping goofies. Yeah, like, I hate God. I'm like, bro, just play a video game. Because these bunch of video games where you can delete, your maker.
There was a whole video essay based on, it was made by some lawyer guy on what the Japanese love making video games about killing God.
Mm-hmm.
Basically boils down to the fact they hate cults.
Have any of you listened to any of Aiden Paladin's work?
Oh, I love Aiden. I love.
Yes. Okay,
yeah,
me and
that's
you
my girl.
Obviously.
Salute to you, sir.
Because God let them get nuked and they're ass mad about it.
Uh-huh.
That's why.
It's interesting that the Japanese talk so much about the Abrahamic God, seeing as, in Shintoism, they have so many to choose from. I'm wondering if they purposely do that just to try to attract a more Western audience.
Jay?
No, I think the main reason
it's
is the fact
mainly a
that,
translation error.
yeah, that and the simple fact. I think their hatred towards a god is the fact that the Japanese are very susceptible to cults and groupthink. I think that's a thing amongst all Asians.
But,
and also Darian. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Just 1 second, bro. Not just that they have a susceptibility to it; it's their lack of organized religion in the first place. Shintoism is an organized religion, but it's kind of an airy kind of one. It focuses on the now and the permissibility of morality and all of that. It doesn't really say that you can't do other things while doing it.
True.
The tendency of acceptance into cults in Japanese history and Asians in general is because many of them are polytheists of a type.
Yeah. I believe they have like 100 million gods like in Shintoism. Because they have a god for everything where they praise like, God, thank you for this, thank you for that.
You're talking about you're talking about the concept of a kami, where basically a god is basically the vibe. A god to them is basically the vibe of a given area, and the reason that vibe exists is because of the local god in that area. So in order to maintain it, you have to give it offerings, do little rituals, and dance, make little paper cranes and shit.
Dude, no. The Japanese, man, they love to fool with spirits, dude. For them, communing with spirits. Yeah, communing with spirits for them is games. Like I remember when I first started reading r/no sleep, and all the quote unquote games that were associated with trying to summon a spirit, fuck with a spirit, talk to it, let it try to inhabit you for a little bit. I'm like, bro, fuck this nonsense, dude. This is not a game. Like, even if you don't believe in otherworldly entities, right? The fact that you are trying to invite it into your life, that alone is a problem.
Jay, I played this game called Persona. It's damn near Pokemon. where you have to capture every single
you have to
god.
catch. Yeah, you have to catch a god. I play Persona.
Yeah, you're capturing Vishnu, you're capturing, Shiva, you're capturing, Osiris, Hotep, all these gods from every single mythology. Yeah, Thor,
Bro, did you just say Hotep?
Yeah,
yes, yeah,
they got
yeah.
African gods up in there too, bro. They
They
got
have
Anasi.
everything.
They got Kwana.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of gods up in there. They come
The,
from
the only the only gods you can't capture is
Bodini?
Jesus.
Is there a Bodini? Can you capture a Bodini, brother?
Probably the game series is huge, so maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a Bodini is an African genie, but not like the jinn, and they're not nice.
Oh no, there's jinns. There's jinns. There's
There are
jinns in the
jinns.
game.
There are jinns. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, my favorite summon is Lucifer in the game. He's OP.
They're like
Lucifer's
monkey
OP.
paw, not nice. They'll grant a wish, but it never goes your way.
Yeah, we can talk about jinns and genies.
Now, I don't know if you guys actually do believe in if you guys believe that the otherworldly or the esoteric exists. It's really up to you.
Mother was a witch, son.
I mean, so there you go. Okay, at least I know we got one. So I remember there was a video.
Yeah, Ortho and I were talking about that earlier. We were going to do some reviews
Yeah.
on it, either on his or mine.
So there was a video. I watched. This is from a channel called Top Fives, and it talked about there was a guy who is in Iran who claimed that he caught a jinn on camera because he went to an area apparently that was heavy ritualistic activity. Now I saw the video. Now, of course, this came out back in 2021, and in today's modern age, anything can be doctored, right?
Yes.
But it didn't look like, the concept of a jinn, it didn't look like what you would expect, like something that was necessarily demonic. It looked almost like you saw only for a brief second in the mirror. It was like a flash of basically like a gangly human, essentially. A wispy-looking gangly human. Like the image of it was wispy, gangly human with bright eyes. Is what it showed in the video, and it was just for a second. And then he turns around, and it's gone. And bear in mind, he's in a site that, like I said, they did a lot of rituals there. They had a lot of demonic. I would say, like maybe not demonic, but a lot of negative energy surrounding it. So take that for what you will. But I also do believe that every topic that's the esoteric or that's unexplained, or that's supernatural, paranormal, whatever you want to call it, there's always 10% that just can't be explained away. There's always that 10%. And I think inside that 10% is where you will find the real thing.
Jay, quickly, I want to tell you, I was on Orthodox stream. Orthodox was having a stream about supernatural, spooky stuff, and people came on speaking on their experiences. I was telling Orthodox and people on his panel, my auntie was possessed by a jinn, literally. And people laughing that, oh, you're lying, Vanta. No.
We didn't think you were lying, Vanta. It just sounded funny.
I know, but I was hearing the giggling on all. Yeah, this guy's
No. We weren't laughing at the
No, not you. Not you. I'm talking about the panel, like the other guys, not you guys.
No.
I was going to say I didn't.
No.
I get what you're saying, but my brother in Christ, you literally said. You literally said we have to beat the demon out of her.
Yes.
You also said that you had to hold her down while she was flapping like a fish. That was funny.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, it does sound funny. It does.
Yeah. You said all of a sudden your aunt.
Bro.
All of a sudden, your aunt hit the ground and started flapping like a fish. I was like,
it's
that's hilarious.
It's just like Stink Meter. It's just like Stink Meter. Nigga, get your black ass out.
That's what I literally played. I literally played Stink Meter, the fucking Curse of Stink Meter.
He did.
Get your black ass out of here.
Except we didn't use job applications.
Yeah, no, I didn't do the extendo where it's like where
job application.
Anybody try to dance or rap? Go ahead.
I love Boondocks. I love that clip with. By the way, I am the Uncle Ruckus. Like if I had a spiritual animal, Uncle Ruckus would be my spiritual animal. I love that dude. I love Uncle Ruckus. But Jay, I was trying to tell Orthodox and Garen, yes, my culture believe in jinns. and they live in a different dimension. They live in a different dimension because Islamically, Arabian culture, they believe humans live in this reality, and jinns live in a different reality. But sometimes they come through. They come through and possess people. And my auntie got possessed. 1 minute she's talking, blah blah blah. Next minute she's flipping like a fish on the floor. And I was telling also that like her voice went from a natural feminine voice to Barry White. And if people know who Barry White is, see, he's laughing. See,
It's funny. It's funny. I'm sorry.
Gary, her voice went simple. I'm like, that is a deep voice for a woman.
He's fucking very white. You know how deep that motherfucker sounds?
Bro, that voice said, "Yeah, I love his body."
It's interesting. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jay. Go.
It's interesting you bring that up because, like I said, I haven't watched his channel in a bit actually. I like this guy's from. He's actually out of your neck of the woods, across the pond, Banta. You should check out his channel. It's top fives, and he showed a video one time. It was out of it was either out of Kyrgyzstan or it was Turkmenistan, of a lady who was at she was at a store, at a grocery store, and the CCTV footage showed of her getting possessed by a jinn on camera. And the way you describe it is she's like writhing in pain, and she is not gyrating, but she's flopping essentially, and she's making these motions, these movements. And there just so happened to be somebody there who was able to recognize it, and he was able to purge it from out of her system. Now, like I said, take all this with a grain of salt because in the digital age, you don't know what's real and what's not. But the way you're describing it, though, where she's making these motions and she's kind of gyrating and she's basically looks like she's writhing, right? Just the way you're describing it reminds me of that video that I had seen of a woman who's possessed by a jinn.
It's like when someone has epilepsy, like when they're convulsing on
Yes.
the floor, like
Yes, convulsing. That's the word. Convulsing. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's the word.
But the thing is, like 1 minute she was talking to us regular, and then she just like she almost looked like she fainted, but then she was on the floor convulsing, and then she was again. I know the only reference I have because like I can't. It was super deep. Her voice went full masculine. She's like, "This body's mine. This body is mine." And like at that time, I was at my grandma's house with my cousins, my aunties. It was like a family gathering, right? But then all of us just ran out shouting. We were all saying "Grandma," right? And then Grandma came down. She's like, "What's happening?" I'm like, our aunties, she just spazzing on the floor, babbling, crazy stuff. And we had to call a cleric, like an Islamic cleric, to read some Quranic verses on her. And yes, Garian, yes, Garian, some cultures, I'm Somali, they use physical what do you call it, exorcism to get rid of the jinn, to get rid of it. So for like 1 hour, everyone had to get out of the room, and we could almost hear the whacking and her screaming with that Barry White voice, and the cleric saying, "Get out the body, demon." And by the way, Garian and Orthodox, the demon had a name. The demon had a name.
Don't say it.
No, I won't say it.
Yeah,
but
don't
he had a
say it.
name.
I don't mess with spirits, man. I ain't
He
gonna
had a
throw that.
name. I heard the name, and yeah, he's like, "Yeah, I love this body. I love this female body." That's all he kept saying. Yeah. And by the way, me and my cousin like 10 years above me. Like I was 18 at the time. My cousin was like 28. We both ran to the store, and we're like, "What?" Like we was thinking, is mental illness? Is it like bipolar? Is it some kind of what do you call it? Like any kind of mental illness? But then that voice, bro. I'm telling you, that voice is still stayed in my head till this day. It's in my head.
The thing is, man, people have such a problem with this, with believing that there's the supernatural that occurs in today's day and age. And some of these very same people may be very religious, but if you look at any of the religious texts, right, the burning bush stuff only happens a couple times throughout any religious text. It's not even that common. Even look at the Bible, things like with the burning bush and miracles, or or sightings of spirits. Those things they happen sparsely throughout the Bible. Just as an example, which the way I see it is that would be, those things could still very well be real. It's just that they are very rare. It would be very, very, and plus, if something exists in another dimension or another plane of existence, it's not going to have many opportunities unless those windows are opened for there to be any kind of crossover to our world. You see what I'm saying? And I have another theory. I have a theory, by the way, and I have a theory based off of based off of a video I watched by from a lecture from someone named Michael Persinger. And Michael Persinger, he worked at something called the Dream Institute. It's in Canada, by the way, where back in 2011 they made a real life version of Cerebro in order to engage in remote viewing. So one of the things he mentioned was that humans, as we have technologically evolved, have created our own artificial electromagnetic background noise. You can hear it. You can hear the difference between the natural background noise of electromagnetic background noise of the Earth and then the one that humans have created through our technology. And that as electromagnetic background noise has increased, in the UK, he used the example that sightings and reports of haunts, they call them haunts, we would call them like, paranormal activity here, we call it like, a poltergeist, but over there they call them haunts, dramatically decreased. That correlation existed. Not to say it's causation, but that correlation existed, which made me think maybe it's not so much the case that humans have just chosen to explain away the supernatural things that go bump in the night as if they're stories. Maybe the things that are spiritistic actually are repelled by our technology, by the electromagnetic waves that our technology does give off, because we've created our own electromagnetic background noise. You can hear it in radio waves. We have our own now. The Earth has an electromagnetic sphere.
Alternatively speaking, great theory. But alternatively speaking,
well, I didn't finish theory. I was going off what you said.
Well, if you study demons or spiritual, like things like that, and I'm sorry for interrupting. I will let you get back to it. But if you study demons specifically, they actually can manipulate the electromagnetic waves. Like if you believe all the eyewitness testimonies, they can actually manipulate that stuff and try and use it as travel and shit.
Well, the part of the theory,
really cool to research.
The part of the theory that I have for myself is that it made me think that, okay, if the electromagnetic background noise that humans have been created can cause a reduction in haunts, and they may not even just be demons. I mean, if we believe that spirits exist, that means that the souls of the humans of times past may also still stay on this material plane.
Oh, not the ghost of our ancestors.
Right? Okay, but I'm saying, let's just go down this schizo rabbit hole for a second.
Yo, Gary, that's funny.
Yeah, I was going to say, you telling me what are they called? You're telling me the what's it called to right? The black Hebrew Israelites talking about our ancestors. They're constantly watching us, and we need to course correct.
I mean, I don't necessarily listen. Like I said, this is just theorizing, right? This is just theorizing.
All right. Keep going.
One of the things that made me think of when I heard that about the electromagnetic background and that there were less sightings and reports of haunts, it made me think: what if back in the day, right, when humans were way more primitive, that these things already existed? Okay, they existed, and they were more prominent because humans, we were less able to fight back. We had less capability. We had fewer numbers. We had far more primitive technology, and we had far less knowledge. But as time continued, as humans evolved socially and technologically, the things in that went bump in the night had to retreat because humans were aware of them, and because we had better technology, we had more numbers, we had better knowledge, more coordination. What we used to fear turned into stories as a means of, as a defense mechanism. So humans, we evolved a psychological defense mechanism against the things that went bump in the night because we knew we couldn't beat them. So the only way we could defeat them was by making ourselves believe that they're stories and then making ourselves forget. And anything that you don't give attention to, you don't give energy towards, therefore it makes it weaker. And that those things that went bump in the night, as they saw that humans were advancing more, there's more of them. They're more aware of places to avoid. That took power away from them, so they had to retreat. And only in certain situations, certain conditions, are they able to come out again. Kind of like what Vanta mentioned with his mother being possessed by that jinn. It just happened to be the right time, right place. That was my theory, is that humans have utilized a psychological defense mechanism to take power away from these things through a combination of technology, of our numbers, of our knowledge, and of that psychological defense mechanism that we decided to make them seem like they're not real. And if you can make enough people believe that something is not real through the power of groupthink, eventually it stops becoming real.
Facts. And also I wanna correct Jay. It was not my mother, it's my auntie. I just want to say auntie, not mother. My God. Yeah, Vanta's mother got possessed.
Yeah, Vanta, your mom got possessed by that's not fact. Your mom got possessed by a demon, and then it made you, and then you came out half demon, and that's why Somalis. That's why Somalis.
Yeah. I'm Dante. You. I'm Dante from Devil May Cry.
You're Dante. Your mom had sex with Sparta.
Yeah, I got the rebellion sword, Yeah.
Anyway, I think we've been putting this off for a little too long. I was thinking about ending it here, but you guys were having such a great fucking conversation. I was gonna say, I was like, screw it. I'll give it another hour. Ooh, this shit was great. But I do want to hit up with Jay and Orthodox for a second. Vanta, you can get in on this too. But we were planning on doing a D&D D&D stream. I don't know. We haven't got a date down yet. But we were planning on working on it.
I would love to join, Garion. I would love to join. Like an online D&D kind of thing. Tabletop.
Yeah. It was supposed to be me,
Nice.
Jay, Ortho, Bumpkin, and what's his name? He came up here last stream. I forgot his name.
Damn.
Unknown
soldier.
When was this?
It's last stream, remember?
It's Arkansas.
Oh yeah, Arkansas.
He's gonna DM.
Oh yeah, I know.
Right now we have 4 people. Me.
Yeah, like I said.
You.
Go ahead.
Tourism and Dro. Garion. In Arkansas. It's 5.
Like I said, I'd be down. I just have to know what days, and they have to be.
Yeah, we don't have
Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yeah, Tuesdays and Thursdays work bad for me only because I work my day job and then I work the job I'm on right now. So it work pretty bad. The weekends I can kind of fudge, but that's all depends on when you guys want to make it work.
Honestly,
it's gonna be a series of one shots because I've been talking to Arkansas about it, and it's only gonna be like a series of one shots unless people really start liking it and people can commit to it, like their schedules opens up. But he's working and putting together the one shots now, but I haven't talked to him about a week and a half since the day or two after that stream that you did.
Yeah.
So I just went ahead and made sure there was still interest in it in the Discord, and that's been about an hour since before you went live. Let's say about 4 hours, and right now, like I said, there are 3 people that reacted to it. Myself, I want to do it, and there might be some more people in a friend of mine's Discord.
All right.
I'll react and put a thumbs up. No.
Jay, I don't know if you're in Ortho's Discord or not. I can't remember.
You have to send it to me. I use Discord sparingly, but you have to send it to me because I don't know if I have it or not. I don't use Discord very often. I really don't.
Well, here's the thing. If you do get a Discord, I will simply personally DM you. This way you don't have to deal with any bullshit. It can be straight business.
I got you. Hey, listen, I'm back on my route again, and I had to cross state lines, so I'm going to let you guys go, but I'll be listening in the chat, okay?
It's all good. Yeah. Peace.
All right, I'll see you guys.
If we get more concrete stuff, I'll hit you up on Telegram.
I got you, dude.
Jay is right. Discord is great, but it's fucking ass.
It is. That's why I said if
Because of the
he
sheer
is,
amount of shit.
yeah, if he is on Discord, we have to talk to him directly.
I have a love-hate relationship with Discord. I don't know,
Discord's
man.
good. Discord's good for. I think Discord is good for networking, but God, it's a 50-50 split because you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, Garen, I'm thinking of just deleting my account and restarting again with a new email. Oh my
Freaking
god!
why? Why something happened?
Because I end up in certain servers and I just keep getting messages. I'm like, God damn, I'm too connected. I want
Oh,
to start fresh. I want to be a brand new baby in Discord.
all right.
Like a newborn.
Better
No.
hit us
I'm thinking
up.
about it. Yeah,
I
I'm
was
thinking
gonna
about it.
say, I was gonna say you
For
better hit us
now,
up. Ghost us again.
no. Come on, bro. Cut my Rwandan brother. Don't do that.
He's just gonna be like, Vance is gonna forget and like never hit us back up.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of because he almost did that one time before when he left.
I'll chop
I
off
have to
CTs.
send him a
I'm like,
PayPal
who are you guys?
request to get his attention.
Yes, you send him a Somalian super chat. What's the Somali's currency over there? What's it called? I forgot.
Dollars. We are under the American dollar.
Oh, so y'all use dollars? Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Peru.
I was gonna say we got francs. We got francs, but we also still use.
Oh, you're a French colony. That's crazy.
Yeah, we are.
Wait, Garen, are you not American?
No, I'm talking about. Talk about Rwanda. We have like 3 different currencies over there. The only reason I rep it so much because like half my family's over there.
And what currency is the francs from?
Were you born in the U.S. or Rwanda, Gar?
I was born in Rwanda, but I migrated over here when I was like 2 years old.
So when you were 2, you came to the country? Yeah,
yes, I was youngish. Yeah, I was gonna say I was youngish. Most of my culture is American. Yes.
How? Because you have absolutely no accent other than like a normal Southern black guy.
No, I was a literal baby when I came over here. Literal baby.
Well, Vanta, how old were you when you migrated to Britain? Or were you born in Britain? Or were you born in Britain or Somalia?
No, I was born in Somalia during the Civil War, 1988.
You were born in Somalia during the Civil War? How the fuck did you survive?
Because my parents are high IQ, like red.
My parents are high IQ.
Because my parents are smart. And they done
Yeah,
it.
no, real talk. They were already like my family was already in the Middle East, like Dubai. The UAE, right? During the 70s and 80s. So my mother and father, they're like, you know what? The war started. Let's just get out of here. And luckily, my grandfather, who was working in Dubai at the time, told my mother, come over. So yeah, I lived in Dubai for 10 years, and then I came to the UK at the age of 10. So yeah.
So you were
and that's why my accent can be a bit all over the place. Like 1 minute I could sound kind of British, kind of foreign. So yeah.
That's actually pretty cool. I like the story of like human migration and how people end up. Even though I'm like extremely anti-immigrant, like I love.
Hearing migration stories are. Yeah, not gonna
lie. Orthodox sounds like a
watching.
little white woman. He's like, you immigrants. Oh, you poor immigrants.
No. Fuck
more like
immigrants. They're evil, but like I like to know how people got here.
Yeah, I was like, how the fuck? Yeah, I was going to say you come from a literal hellhole, and you barely had any transportation outside of those airports, which are literally in other countries. So, like, what did you do? Did you walk?
No. My grandfather was working in Dubai airport, so he
was able to get you. He was able to get you some.
Yeah, and by the way, Garen, when he hooked up my mother with a job in the airport, and then she ended up her like 10 sisters and 1 uncle and her mother from Somalia to London on 1 paycheck.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
By the way, Garen, that's why I feel like this whole you're a victim. No. We have community, family number 1.
Not gonna lie, that's similar situation to me because here's the thing: if it wasn't for the whole genocide thing, my mom and dad would have never met because during their countries being rebuilt, my mom volunteered to be an expat, and when she came over to Rwanda, she was supposed to be an accountant so that she can help get a lot of the financial stuff back on track. So she ended up working,
Right.
and my dad was a construction worker at the time, and he was helping with his dad, my grandfather, who was working on his own properties, and they met up. They kind of shoot the shit, and now they have 3 kids. And all of a sudden, this was before I was born. I'm the third kid. She was like, "Hey, since my visa expired, she was like, oh, I'm gonna have to come back to the United States because even though she's married, she still didn't apply for citizenship. And she said, instead of that, maybe you can apply for American citizenship because it was a little bit easier and didn't take as long. And you didn't have to live in the country for like umpteen years in order to qualify. So my mom and dad were debating going back and forth. Wait, what'd you say, Vanta?
No, I'm listening. I'm going right. Like, yeah, I'm following.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, yeah, my mom and dad were going back and forth on whether or not they should go to the United States or not. Because she's a citizen. She's American, but my dad isn't. So he was like, oh, you're going to have to apply for visa even though we're married because it's not recognized by the American government. Their marriage isn't recognized by the American government, so they had to get remarried. So after a couple of years of my dad getting up money and my mom and her end of the family helping to support and create get the house in order so that they can support the 3 kids and all the other stuff, I was then born. And then my mom went back to the States, and my dad also went with her. And while they were carrying me as their little baby, they had to file in all the paperwork and do all the typical immigration stuff. And my dad couldn't work for months on it. My dad couldn't work for almost a year because, his green card had to get processed. And then that whole shit happened.
Bro, I love hearing about like the story, like people's like family stories. This shit's cool as fuck.
Well, also that's why I don't know about Garen, but that's why I have issues with these illegals. Like seeing my family go through hell and back, getting legalized.
And no motherfuckers come in here on a boat and get welfare. Do you?
Yeah,
that's why I can respect y'all so much.
I was curious. I was like, my parents had to work day in, day out just to get my little half of the family over here in the middle of an directly after an armed conflict that lasted almost a year. And y'all motherfucker, and then you got some Hispanic dude be like, hey man, you want to go to America home? And he's like, yeah, okay. And they just go over there like it's on vacation. It'd be like, you know what? I think it was his stay here, man. They got tamales out there. Wazoo, and
tamale.
My thing is right. You know what fucking kills me, okay?
Yeah.
Like, it's not even that kills me. It's that your mom was a citizen, right?
Yeah.
She couldn't bring her husband here, right?
No.
But yeah, if she was some half-ass shitty Indian tech worker, she could get her whole fucking family over here.
Yes.
So it's the H-1B visas and the fucking illegals that fucking kill me. It's not it's fucking retarded.
He's right.
The amount of I do remember. I don't remember exactly what happened, but the amount of registry. It took us about 5 years of nonstop registry and going back and forth between the court for my family just to get my dad over here so he can qualify for a citizenship. And then he had to take all the citizenship tests in order for me to do so. But I was exempt because I was like 2.
Yeah.
And my older brother and sister, I think my brother had the worst because he was the only
brother.
one.
You should have been exempt anyway because like your mom was an American citizen, and that's actually what happened to my best friend who's Canadian. Is his mom is an American citizen, so he basically had the right to get citizenship, and like because your mom is an American and you were born in a foreign country, you should still be able to get citizenship.
That's true. That is true, but that's not what happened. The only reason I qualified for an American citizenship early is because of my age, because I know for a fact that my brother and my sister, who are also of the same woman, but who also had the same mom as me, had to go through the American citizenship test. But before that, they also had to qualify for the American citizenship test, which was crazy.
And Gary, I'll back you up on that one because me and my mother, because when we left Dubai, my mother was like, you know what, we're going to the UK. And my dad was like, you know what, I'm just going to fall back. I'll keep working. I'll send money over. We're like, all right, cool. So we became British around like 2003. But my father became British in 2010. because the process was hell for him. I'm like, even though he's married to my mother, he's my father. DNA test. We went to the course. I'm like, yeah, Judge, that's my father.
Yeah, them DNA tests are a bitch. I don't know why in the world you have to take a daggum. Well, you have to take a daggum DNA test to make sure you're all related. I know why is because they don't want any type of weird illegal screenings. Be like, oh, you're trying to send in your kids, and they actually turned out to, not be related to you at all. But I just think it's crazy due to the simple fact that my brother looks damn near exactly like my dad. So I don't even think you need to take a test.
Don't get me wrong. I do love the process, right? Like, because you want to have legal
the process is thorough. I appreciate it.
But it's like the length. It's the length of acceptance. I'm like, you took years with my father, years when this man is literally like, yeah, that's my wife, that's my son, and my daughter.
My thing is, you want to know the truth. You want to know what my honest to God immigration would be? The evil racist white man. My immigration status would be: are you a criminal in your home country? Are you a productive member of your own society? Will it harm demographics to have you or a certain number? Is there like a quota? No. Okay, welcome to the fucking country.
How about this, Orthodox? How about this? And for you, Karen, my mother at the age of 15, with her 16-year-old sister, they were both forced to serve food to our communist dictator, Syed Barre.
Oh yeah, you were talking about.
You told us that.
Idi Amin. My mother was shaking, serving food to Idi Amin, the last king of Scotland, bro. Till this day, she's like, yeah, that was the most scariest shit of my life.
Honestly, I was going to say my dad would have qualified anyway. He was a construction worker.
So it makes no fucking sense. It's made unfairly hard. It's made unfairly hard on the wrong people. And
I was going to say, here's the thing: if you're anti-immigration or pro-immigration, that's fine. But I'm just saying is that if you're going to have it, you got to at least do it right. It's not. I know the American immigration system is very thorough. At least back in this was like the 1990s. So we didn't have the problem with immigration the same way we do now. But back then it was still long and shitty, and it took for fucking ever. It took my dad a whole daggum year before he could even start working. He had to live off my mom. He had to live with my mom and my grandmother for a damn near year, just simply because the motherfucker couldn't cut grass.
Yeah,
couldn't legally do that, otherwise he'd get arrested.
He's not joking. My father too. We like his cousins, the uncles, the aunties pull the money for that one dude. Garen is right. you pull money.
Yeah, that crap. Yeah, that crap.
Dude.
Yeah, I was going to say if you're not out here with a what do they call it? A honeypot? Not a honeypot. Whatever it's called, where the family packs a bunch of money together. They call it.
A susu. We have a word in Somali too. I don't know about English.
I don't know what it's called, but basically it's called different in like different countries. But basically, it's where the family collects a bunch of money for a specific task, and you're not allowed to touch the money until that task is done.
Yeah,
they did. I remember my parents did that with me in order to get me into college. They had all my family members chip in, like a couple $50 here, $100 there, till eventually I was able to pay for college. And then my scholarship kicked in. That was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Well, here's another thing that I will admit that people, since y'all say that, like Americans are unfairly angry towards people from countries who have that type of thing in their culture. Like, bro, it's not your fault, and it's not their fault that your country has like atomized your society and tried to destroy everything y'all need. Well, you don't need to blame the people that have nothing to do with that. You need to blame the people that are responsible.
But Orthodox Europeans had that too. Once upon a time, they had that system until, like you said, it became automized, like individualistic. Like go get the hell out of my house at 18. Like, we don't do that.
Yeah, we don't do that, bro. You stay as long as you're taking out the trash and you're mowing the grass, you can stay. It don't matter.
Buy some food for the fridge or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're gonna bum around here until you're 36, at least take out the trash.
Right.
That's
until you're ready.
Understand? Like,
but in America, they're like, if you're not out by 16, you're a deadbeat nobody. That makes no sense.
That's wild. Yeah, that's wild. I can't. And by the way, Gary, it's not anti Orthodox or any regular American, but it's the culture, right? I'll be considered an insult because I lived with my family until like the age of 25.
Okay.
You're an insult. What? Because I lived with mom and dad at 25 to stack out my money to be financially secure.
That's a whole stream in of itself. Is it okay? Is it really okay to live with your parents? Because a lot of people think it isn't, because it's a sign of laziness and bummery. But a lot of cases, I've seen people willingly go homeless because they want to save money maintaining their car. Like they have to choose. The economy's gotten so bad in America. I don't know if it's like that in the UK. I heard it is in some places, but I don't know if that's like
bad. It's bad. Yeah.
In America, people have been actively making the choice to either go carless or go homeless.
Yeah.
And a lot of people should be like, "Oh, I can just live my car as long as I can drive back and forth to work. It doesn't matter."
Garen, have you ever seen a multi-generational family under one roof? Literally.
Yeah, that's my family.
Today. No.
Like in America?
Yeah, today. And by the way, Garen, I'm saying you have mom and dad, right? Mom and dad, the son with his wife and his kids, all together in one roof.
You mean like a non-immigrant family, a Native American family, like a Maine-born American family? Because I've seen plenty of immigrant families like that.
Yeah. So correct. So why do Black Americans, white Americans see that as a negative?
Now,
when the immigrants see that as a positive to stack some money.
Two things. I don't know about white Americans, but I can definitely answer you why Black Americans do it. But a lot of Black families, they can't live with each other, like on a fundamental level. They argue, like if you lived in my family's kind of the exception, so I'm not going to include them. But I have my cousins, their extended family, and his wife couldn't live. My cousin, he couldn't live with his wife's family due to the simple fact that they argued over the most littlest of shit, and they kept getting into fights over dumb stuff like the positioning of the toilet paper, someone accidentally eating each other's sandwich, the placement of certain snacks. And they would get in a fight about it.
No,
he's right.
Yeah, they would get in a fight.
My adopted Black family fought over this type of shit.
Yeah, and it got to the point to where they couldn't live with each other anymore. They tried living in this little compound home where it was like a house, but it's like multiple small apartments inside of it. Like it looked like a house on the outside. I forgot what they're called. I think they're called duplexes or something like that. But
like a duplex, duplex.
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. But basically, they rented out one of them, and they were like, "Oh, let's just get something like this to where everybody's separate and we can have our own little spaces." But that shit didn't work out either because you know what they had to share? A yard. And you know what they tried to do with that yard? They tried to have multiple parties, and multiple parties ended up to leaving noise. Those noise complaints eventually turned into arguments, and since my cousin's wife was the landlord and she was the main owner of the property, they all started fighting over their own little share of the property, and that led to a legal battle, which led to court, which led to the house getting split up to where the government, aka the banks, had to take the land because nobody wanted the damn thing because so they lost an entire element of potential generational wealth because nobody could fucking get along.
Okay, I can see why still want to have a multi-generational household. That sounds horrible.
Now I don't know. I know that's how Black people, but for white people, I don't know if this is true, or Doc can probably back me up on this one. But I think it's something similar, but not to the extreme to where they're like fighting over it and shit. I think a lot of white people just don't have the mindset to live with each other because they see it as like demeaning.
Yeah.
Like it's like low, like, oh, you're living with your parents. Oh, you must automatically be a punk. It's something that's changed. Wait, what'd you say? I'm sorry.
You don't have your own shit.
Yeah.
Right.
I think. I think that's a bad thing. I think that's bullshit.
But that goes back to what also I said earlier, like the individualistic mindset and the whole the capitalistic mindset. Like, I'll just go out on my own, make my own shit, and build my own empire. Whereas, like, yes, I do respect that mindset, and I think it is healthy, to be fair, especially for men.
Yeah, but like, depending on the situation, it's completely unfeasible. Like, do you know how long it took?
Today,
Yeah,
Yeah.
today, like, okay, out of all
Mhm.
my friends, I have a small group of friends, but I'm the only one who actually, even though most of my friends are like married and they have kids, a lot of them still live with their parents or live in an apartment. I'm the only one with their own home
There you
who
go.
like bought a house. And the only reason
There-
I was able to do that is because of three things. Number one, I saved up a lot of my money when I was a kid, and I didn't spend my money on dumb shit until I became an adult. Two, I had a lot of help from my family, as well as my now wife and her family. And number three, I had to get really good at math. I had to get really good at math and a lot of penny pinching. It took a collective effort of damn near 15 years of financial management to get a house. A
Yep.
small house at that. This bitch is not big.
And Garen, that's why these blacks hate us tethers. Because, like you said, yeah, we come correct, stack some money, no nonsense. Don't waste your money on some
Don't waste your
sneakers
money.
and
Don't, yeah,
all this.
don't buy sneakers. I only got for the longest
No,
time. I only had like 3 pairs of shoes, and one of them was work boots.
yo, Garen, I used to go to college with, like, well, you remember the Caterpillar steel toe boots.
Oh yes,
The-
yes, yes. I love
Mhm.
those.
I used to think they were like Timberlands. I'm like, yeah, look at me, I'm flexing.
I'm just okay, but to your point, I think the mindset is the key because I think even with the whole argument thing that I brought up earlier, even with the whole argument thing that I brought up earlier when it comes to black households, I think something like that is easily quelled due to the simple fact that other blacks do the same thing and they don't have that problem. It just seems to be an American issue because I haven't seen this with other blacks.
It's truly
So
the
in the UK
weirdest of
too. The
American
Jamaicans are
culture.
L. Jamaican L in the UK, Garian. They're like
What do
the
you
blacks of the UK.
really? Because the
Yeah.
Jamaicans here own the Jamaicans, especially in New York, they own whole blocks.
Right. But the Jamaicans in the UK, they absorb the negative elements of black Americans.
Well, that's crazy.
Like
That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Because almost all the Jamaicans I know, at least here in America, my last Jamaican neighbor, he ended up buying a house and he turned it into a fucking jerk chicken spot. He was working out of his house. Now that's obvious. Now that's in North Carolina, that's illegal as hell. But nobody gave a fuck because because number one, the
Jerk
cop,
chicken and good as fuck.
yes,
money's money.
he was like, everybody cared about money. He just set up a grill in front of his front yard. He set up a sign. He was like, come get my jerky, come get my chicken, come get my food.
See, Karen, you have the story, right? My friend in secondary
Dude,
school.
you want to know what I'm doing? You
High
want to know
school.
what I'm doing for money right now? I run a ghost kitchen.
What the heck is a
What the hell
ghost
is
kitchen?
that?
What's a
What the hell is
ghost
that?
kitchen?
It is not illegal where I'm at, but it is where you have something on DoorDash and Uber Eats where it's just like basic stuff like bologna sandwiches or like pizzas, and you just throw them in the microwave and you sell them for like $2 or $3 more than you buy them for.
That's some bullshit.
I make like $500 a week.
That is bullshit.
Yeah, that's some bullshit right there. No,
It's not the most lucrative because, like I said, I can make $500 a week, or I can make absolutely fucking nothing.
It's a gamble.
500 is 500. So be it.
It's a gamble.
It's a hustle. Like, dude, I make a little bit of money on YouTube. Like, I've made $200 on YouTube in the past 2 weeks.
And by the way, also, like, real talk, like, salute to you, man. Like, I want you to grow.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
No, like I'm learning. I'm learning
I
instead
support-
of being God's strongest hater. I'm learning from my immigrant brothers.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I agree with John. Because John was talking about this earlier because he was talking about how a lot of immigrants, especially in these major cities, are doing like odd job after odd job after odd job to make ends meet. And he's like, since the American economy is kind of shit, even for like it's worth. Here's the thing: they're doing all that hustling and all this low skilled labor. And even though they have the potential, and some of them do it and some of them don't, that they have the potential to own businesses and they get all these opportunities and extra startups just because they're immigrants, and yet still they're out here making it work by doing some low rent labor. And I think that a lot of Americans need to take up that same mindset and do the same shit.
Yeah, no, it's not even that hard because I do that shit too. Like, I've been mowing grasses, doing plumbing work. Like, people really think it's beneath them. You know what I think's beneath me? Fast food. I won't work as a fry cook. But you know what?
Yeah,
if I was starving, I would do it.
I think I have I think my last odd job that I did was a couple weeks back where I had to install a broken satellite antenna. Ortho working at Mr. Beesburger.
No, I didn't even see. I didn't even see that when I made the comment about fast food. That's why I laughed and brought it. I brought it up.
Garion was like a Somalian hooking up satellite dishes.
To be fair, that's what my dad did. Whenever he
Oh,
was
yeah,
working,
my
whenever he was
uncles,
working
my
in construction, he did two things. He did he did mainly drywall and electrical work, and
Yeah.
like installing appliances and electronics and stuff in the home.
I install solar panels. I started learning how to run a wood lathe because like my Canadian friend's dad, like his he's an immigrant. This is why when people go, he's got to be Mexican or black to work hard as an immigrant. I'm like, nah, dude, that man works harder than anybody I know, and he does like a legitimate, competent job. Like I've seen where Mexicans will come in and do this job quick as fuck, right, in construction, but then like you have to hire 3 other crews to fix their fuck up.
Yeah.
So like I've seen it myself, but my friend's dad, like he can get 5 white dudes together or 5 dudes together in general, right? Because the Mexicans he works with, they're gonna do a quality job. So if he chooses somebody, if my friend's dad chooses like somebody, their quality work, and like he's been teaching me how to run a lathe because his boss that we do the solar panels and stuff with, like he has a miniature furniture, like a boutique furniture business that makes a shit ton of money because rich white old ladies like furniture like that for some reason.
Yes, they do. They also really love they love two things. They love furniture and they love electrical convenience. When almost all of my clients were rich old white women or some rich old white men who's like, "Excuse me, Sonny, I heard you're pretty good with
Sonny."
yeah, Sonny. I actually did get called Sonny quite a bit. I thought that was a meme amongst white people, but apparently not. Apparently not. Be like, "Excuse me, could you come up like 2,000 feet into the mountains on this extremely secluded private estate with a pool and a bunch of houses where everyone lives and it's gated and no one can get up there unless you have the key card? And please install this satellite dish on top of my hill mountain to where if you slip just slightly, you'll fall to your death."
Wait.
No, North Carolina.
Fall to your death.
Yes, because North Carolina, a lot of our private estates are on mountains. So whenever you do electrical work, especially on the roof, I was thinking about getting a drone in order to scalp out some hits on the roof areas so I can scale shit better.
That's a good idea.
I don't really have the money for something like that right now, though. I'll probably have to do that in the future. But I'm just saying, if you fuck up on one of these roofs and you have a fear of heights, do not be working on private estates in North Carolina.
I couldn't do it.
They are so high up
in the South in general, because if they're not high up, they're going to be multi-story like manor houses.
Yes. I remember working on this one estate. I forgot the name of it, but I probably couldn't say it anyway because I had to fucking sign an NDA and just to get up there. But let's get up there. But I was installing a smart home. I was helping install. It was me and a couple other guys. We were helping install a smart home system. And in order to get onto the top, because he was trying to set up Starlink right on his house, which I think is kind of goofy. But he said he was mainly doing it for the connectivity thing. He was mainly doing it for the good, clear connectivity and lack of interference. But when I was going on top of that roof, I looked down and I was like, "Holy shit! This looks like the Grand Canyon." Because his manor was on the edge of a cliff, like a literal edge of a cliff. The other half was underground. Scared for my fucking life. I was thinking about I was like, next time if I ever do something like this again, I gotta get a harness and a pulley system.
I couldn't do it. I'd rather be homeless.
I felt like I felt like I was mountain climbing.
You're like Mount Everest and Kilimanjaro.
Not to mention it was cold. Not to mention it was cold as shit in the morning. It was fall, and it was really high up, and I think my ears popped on the way up to the mountain. I was like, "Damn, I'm a whole different altitude."
Did you get vertigo?
No, I didn't get vertigo, but I did get motion sickness on the way down from the mountain.
I could. I'd rather be homeless. On God, I can't do heights.
I did it. I did get that bag though. I did get that bag.
Yeah, see,
so you made it the bag. Money, didn't you?
Yeah, buddy. But I was fearing for my life the whole way.
That's the thing, right? I may talk a good game about socialism, but I like capitalism because, like, if you have regulated capitalism the way we're supposed to, right? It's pretty fucking based. You get great shit that you can buy. It's the best way in history that we've ever had to like fairly distribute resources. And if you're a person who's intelligent and you're a tradesman and you know what you're doing, you can invent something and become a fucking millionaire. You have fucking the ability to advance, but we don't have that in this corporate world. So like I wish we did, and that would be fucking awesome. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling.
No, Orthodox. I'm full with capitalist because I know what socialism did to my country, and that's why we left. That's why my family left.
That's exactly. That's like so. So what's the answer to the problems now?
I agree. I agree. Also, today, like it's not black and white. It's not. Oh yeah, socialism versus black capitalism. It's layered. It's layered, and I think.
Wait. Sorry, we can't start talking. We can't start talking politics on tabletop.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'll save that for another stream. Anyway,
Actually, Garrett, I have one question, if you don't mind me asking you.
That's fine.
If we're gonna play D&D, can we talk about which class they're gonna play? Can we stay our class?
Oh yeah, I'm going Ranger.
I'm going evil bard, man, because like
we're gonna have this guy. We're gonna have this guy with the flute saying doing Darth Vader's theme.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna be doing vicious mockery and just cracking your mama jokes.
Yeah,
you're right, Clarence. I did need a harness. I did not have a harness at the time. All I had was that goofy ass ladder.
Ooh, yeah. So you're like what, like a chaotic bard?
So I create a bard who practices esoteric Diddyism.
What?
You heard me.
and with that, we're ending the stream. Okay. With that,
wait. I want him to break it down. No,
esoteric.
That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Esoteric Diddyism is his religion, and he's chaotic evil. And like instead of trying to seduce every creature, if you initiate combat, he tries to diddle every creature.
No, for real.
That's
So
some
if we're
evil
gonna play D&D,
that is some evil shit. That is some evil shit.
Well, no, how is it evil though? How is it evil? Because technically speaking, if you don't mess with him, he don't mess with you. But if you initiate combat, it's just chaos theory of what's gonna happen to you.
Yeah, Garion, this guy's cheating. Dungeon Master will not be happy.
He's cheating.
Yeah, this is some bullshit. Who's gonna be Dungeon Master, Garion? Who's the Dungeon Master?
It's supposed to be Arkansas. Arkansas. Yeah, it was his idea. It was his idea to begin with.
Okay,
we were talking about D&D. We were talking about D&D and tabletop stuff, right? And it was a general idea. He was like, "Oh, I used to run games back in the day," and then I was like, "No, it was either me or Ortho. I can't remember exactly who." But he was like, "Oh, you want to do a stream? You think it'd be a good idea to do a stream on it?" And he was like, "You know what? Fuck it, let's do it."
Well, no, so he came to me a couple days, before we went to stream. He's like, "I think it'd be a really good idea if you did a D&D stream where you actually were like streaming a D&D game with your audience. Either the audience could play it with us, or like there could be people on stream playing it." And then like everybody got excited about it when we mentioned it on your show.
It does sound dope, to be fair. It does. Fire.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Sorry, Orthodox. Carry on. I'm sorry.
No,
that's kind of it. Anyway, Vance, we don't have much of the stuff worked out yet. We need to get Arkansas's info as well as everybody's work schedule just to make sure we are able to set these days up, and then we'll start doing the stream.
Garen, just look at my avatar. Do we have a gun character in this D&D?
I mean, you can be. I mean, I'm already the ranger, so unless you also want to be a ranger, that's the closest thing we got to a gun character.
I heard Artificer. Artificer is like the engineer / techno bro.
We gotta run that. We gotta run that by Arkansas first because he said he wanted to have a specific theme going on. I don't know what it is because he didn't say much about it. He just alluded to it. So I guess we gotta ask him.
So this Rwandan took my job. Typical East African.
Well, you can have the ranger if you don't want. If you can have the ranger if you want it.
Two rangers. I don't feel special.
No. I said you can take the ranger. I'll pick another class.
No.
Probably like paladin, either paladin or wizard. The last D&D game I played a paladin.
Actually, you know what? I'll be the wizard. I'll do some black magic.
Okay. Negro. We got magical Negroes over here. You get it. Oh shit.
Oh my lord.
But yeah, man. Real talk. I'm looking forward to this. I want to play D&D with you guys. It sounds fun.
Yeah, it's gonna be fucking fantastic. Anyway, Ortho, I'm gonna take your. If you want to do a restream on yours, that's fine. I'm gonna head out because I gotta hit the sack.
No, I'm taking a break from streaming today. I probably shouldn't even join y'all. But like, I'm just trying to chill today.
I was on CTs earlier, and
yeah, I saw you. What the fuck were you talking about?
Where do you want me to start? Like, it was chaos.
Oh, okay. Speaking of, I saw you talk to that yesterday. I saw you on CTs too. You were talking to that one big-headed guy. Yasin
Somali.
or Yasin?
Yasin. Yasin.
Yeah, was he a Somali guy?
He's Somali, born in Canada, and my Somali kid didn't even know his own people, his tribe. He couldn't even speak the language. Yeah.
Oh, that's fuck. Wait, was he born in Canada?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that's that's fine. Well, that's fine because a lot of immigrants.
Yeah, but
they throw it away. They throw it away. But is he at least loyal to Is he at least loyal to Canada? Because if you're gonna be born here, you got to at least be loyal.
Garen, he said he wants full domination of the world under Islam through Arab imperialism. I'm like,
what?
Yeah, he did. I'm like,
oh, that goofy motherfucker. He better go to.
Not only that, Gary. Not only that. Me and Hafiz, even CT was there. You could tell. You could ask CT. He was like, "Yeah, I'm pro cousin marriages." I'm like, I can't.
Yasin?
Yes.
Yo, that's
go watch the stream.
I saw some of it.
So the reason why I jumped in because I got angry was because he was bragging about cousin marriage, right? Because he was like, "Oh, you guys are pro cousin marriage." He's like, "Yeah," and I came in listening, and Bob was like, "Vanta." I'm like, "Bob, do you want me to jump in?" Bob's like, "Yeah, jump in." I jump in. I'm like, Yasin. Our name is already damaged. Somalis look horrible on the global image, and you're here talking to a bunch of these Americans and whatnot, saying you're promoting cousin marriage. It's like, yeah. And then Hafiz comes in, and Hafiz like, bro, this is horrible. And he still doubled down. I'm like, you know what? This guy's lost. I can't help him. It's over. It's over, Garian, with Somalis. I tried. Oh, man.
Oh.
Damn.
Well,
I have to carry the burden. The X with this bloody Somali man.
All right. Well, any last words, Vanta? Because I'm about to end the stream.
Last words. Let's make D&D happen. There you go.
All right.
Make D&D great again.
Make
Thank
D&D
you for
great
having me, Darian.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm gonna knock you down, Vanta. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, salute to you, sir. Take care.
Salute. All right, Ortho, last words.
It was great to be here. Thank you for having me. Good stream, good topic. Sorry that we kind of drifted off topic.
No, don't worry. I expect it now. That's just what happens when you're on panels. That's just what happens.
But it was great. I personally enjoyed it. So thank you for having me, and I'm gonna bounce. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, everybody. The stream is about to end. Enjoy the goofy little outro that I put together. I hope all of you have a good night. God bless and stay safe. Daniel, the problem will always exist. It shall always exist.
Recently diagnosed with breast cancer. Luckily, she caught it early, so that's a positive. If you can send a prayer for her during today's show, it would be greatly appreciated. Thanks in advance. But obviously, I just wanted to read that so everyone could know. If people would like to pray for her out there, I hope that, obviously God can heal her and anything else within her body, any unforeseen diseases or, problems within her health. I just hope that she is like all around healthy and she is loved. She knows that she is loved. She feels God's presence. She can give up all her problems to God and to Jesus. And, hopefully just be able to live abundantly in her life. So bless her, literally. In Jesus' name.
Her name is Jerissa. She looks beautiful and vibrant, and she still could have a lot of life left in her. And hopefully it's within God's will that she heals and can continue to be a presence in your life. It seems like she's someone you care about. And